Hi, my name is Max Persson. Welcome to the Shoot Lower Scores Masterclass, something that I'm very happy to finally introduce to you. This is a system that we've designed to help you shoot lower scores, become more consistent, get more in control of your game, and through that help you lower your handicap. This has been years in the making, and I'm very happy to finally be able to introduce it to you. And we got so much to cover. I'm so much looking forward to this. Let's dive right into it. This is the Shoot Lower Scores Masterclass, and we got a lot of stuff to cover. This is a 5-week setup right here. The Masterclass is covering 5 weeks. In the free community, you get the first week included. You can start doing this right now, and I'm very confident that if you start implementing the things you're going to learn week number 1, you're going to shoot lower scores. You're going to become more consistent. You're going to become more in control of your game, and through that lower your handicap. Why do I know that? Because it has been done so many times before already. I got plenty of people I've been taking through the system, 1 step, 2 steps, or all the way, who have been improving their game immensely. Chris has been helping me producing this, has taken himself from 11 to 1. I got players going from 30 to 15. There are plenty of players out there. I'm looking forward to having you become one of those who have gone from the handicap you're at today to that dream handicap or that dream score that you're really looking forward to shooting. This is going to be a big game changer for that. You're going to find the whole course here. If you're finding it on YouTube, you can find the link to the community below. If you're finding it on the school community, very happy to have you. Let's start going, because I want to help you shoot lower scores. That's why we're here. So, shooting lower scores, the name of the program or the system is very convenient, because that's what we want to do, right? We want to see results. You are a golfer. I haven't pretty much met any golfer through the years that haven't been wanting to shoot lower scores. And I'm guessing if you're watching this video right now, you're one of those golfers who every time you tee it up, every time you head out on the course, that's why you're doing it, right? You want to reach that goal. You want to see what today brings, and you want to make the best of it every time. I'm the same way, and that's why I love doing what I'm doing with you right now. I want to help you reach results out on the course, and that's why we're here. You will be learning quite a bit. And this week, we're going to give you the cliff notes of all of it. We're going to summarize the first few steps that you can take action on right now to help you reach the potential to shoot lower scores where you are at right now. And eventually, on the coming weeks, which is another 4 weeks right now, but if you're watching this in the future, maybe we've been doing this for 6 months, 12 months, 18 months, chances are the system is evolving, right? Because a big part of this is the community. It's the learning from you going through the system and showing us what you would like to see more of, less of, or whatever it is. So we will be learning the very basics of the system, what you need to start improving your game today. And then over the coming few weeks, if you're in the premium community, you're going to get access to deep dives, to more of the facts behind it, the whys, what's in the house. And we got so much to cover and so much to learn. We got some important things to remember as well. And what I mean by the important things to remember is that you're a golfer, I'm a golfer, I'm a golf coach. And going through this system, we're going to have some, let's call it philosophical parts that we're going to discuss that you might need to remember, that we're here to help you. We're here to help you shoot lower scores. We need to leave that part of our game behind that might stop you from actually improving. And we're going to cover a lot more of that going forward. So that's going to be an important part for the rest of the course, for the rest of your life as a golfer, your golf career. We have some important things to remember. Look out for that one. And of course, going to cover how to get help, how to get support with going through the program, and if anything else, how you can easily access, get help from me, my admins, and even other golfers doing the same thing as you, which is the most powerful thing. That if you're going through this and you got a lot of other golfers doing the same thing at the same time, you can definitely learn from each other. And that's the beauty of the help and the support in this whole system and in the school platform and all that. So, newsletter. MaxPersonGolf.com/newsletter. Important updates regarding the course, regarding what we're doing. This is where you're going to find it. Sign up right now, and you're going to be the first to know every change, every news, every update, whatever it is. You'll be the first to know, and I'll also share my thoughts and ideas almost on a weekly basis to help you improve your scores even further, help to challenge you, and help you, as we already mentioned, improve as a golfer. Of course, you can find me on social media, YouTube, Instagram, TikTok. You follow me there for more exclusive content, more of the short form stuff. Maybe you're watching this video on YouTube. If you're not, then you probably watched me at school. But if you're watching me on YouTube, hit the subscribe button. It's going to help you, I promise. And you can find me all over the place at Max Person Golf. And of course, I would like you, if you like what you're seeing here, if you can see it helping you, I would love if you could share the course to the people you're playing with, to your family, to your friends who are playing golf. As I usually say, even if you're competing against your friends, I'd much rather win a golf game where we're all playing well, but I'm playing the best, rather than me playing well and the people I'm facing off against are not playing that good. So let's help each other out. Let's share the course. Let's all play as good as golf we can together. And let's take golf to the next level and improve our games together. That's why we're all here. We're going to improve games, the golf game for so many golfers. And we want to help ourselves to take golf to the next level for whoever you are out there. Warning, this is the most important video in the course, without a doubt. If anything, watch this, implement the ideas, understand the ideas, watch it twice if you need to, 3 times. Once again, we got the community, all that. This is important. This is going to be the most important video in the course as of right now. And don't skip anything. Don't fast forward. It's going to be worth it. Remember that. And of course, pro tip, Golf Professional, watch it in double speed or 1.5 speed if you want to save some time watching it. Watch all of it. You're going to thank me later. Your golf game is definitely going to thank me later. Now, let's get into it. Shooting lower scores is results, right? We're teeing it up, as I mentioned. Each and every time we're trying to hit the best shot possible. We're trying to shoot the lowest score possible. And why I've created the system Shoot Lower Scores is this. We identified a disconnect between what players wanted and looked for and what coaches were teaching and selling. So what I mean by that is I'm a golf coach for 15 years. And I've been teaching golf for a very long time, and I've been helping thousands of golfers swing the club better, chip better, putt better. Everything in their technique improved. If you're taking 1 lesson, 5 lessons, 10 lessons, one of my coaching programs going for several months, I've seen golfers being able to hit shots they never hit before, but still come back to me and say that their score hasn't improved. They might even be worse. They're hitting the ball better, but their score is even worse. And that's the disconnect. I identified, and a lot of golfers or golf coaches together with me and my team that I created this with, we've all identified that little disconnect, as we like to call it. Like, what's going on here? The player comes to me, they want to buy that lesson or the lesson package to help them stop slicing, to help them shoot lower scores. Or I'm selling them that lesson package with lessons to help them swing the club better, chip better, putt better, whatever it is. But the score is not improving. And that's where the real disconnect is, I believe at least, because you're teeing it up every time you want to shoot lower scores. You're coming to me hoping to fix your slice, hoping that's going to help you shoot lower scores, right? You don't really care about the slice. Follow me on this. You don't really care about stopping the slice. You're caring about stopping the slice in order to actually shoot lower scores. So maybe you don't need that stopping the slice. You need a way to shoot lower scores, right? And that's why we created this system, because we saw a huge disconnect between what we were selling as coaches and what people were buying as players, and it all ended up in the same place. A lot of money spent, a lot of time spent for both the coach and the player, and we didn't get any results. Once again, results is the main point, right? I do believe that you go to golf lesson. If you have taken 1 lesson, if you go on 20 lessons, you're doing it because you want to see some results. And I think that most results we're actually looking for is not going from a slice to draw, even though we might like that. We want to see the results out on the course. We want to feel better. We want to become better. We want to feel like we're taking a step in the right direction. And this is a big part of it. And by who? A golf coach of 15 years who loves helping golfers improve and enjoy the game more. So, my name is Max Person. Once again, I've been a golf teaching professional, PGA teaching professional for the last 15 years. Still do it. Still working at the local range just 5 minutes from my house, where I'm helping golfers swing the club better, become better technically. But the last couple of years, I've spent a lot of time studying how to help golfers actually improve their results on the golf course. So right now you can get my help with swinging the club better, scoring better, and what I like to see is the holistic approach. Like we're going to talk about technique. We're going to get to that in this presentation as well. And how you swing the club is important. I'm not saying that it's not. But we need to see it all as a more holistic approach. We need to see the full picture, the full puzzle of it to help you shoot lower scores, because that's the goal for most golfers, as we already discussed. And I have, through the different systems, through people I've met, Chris is a big inspiration to me, the guy who went from 11 to 1. He introduced his ideas and his strategy for going from 11 to 1 without practicing, just playing. And he helped me better understand what I needed to do with my players to get the results that we wanted to see. And that's through that and through my own experiences and all that. That's why we created the system Shoot Lower Scores, because I wanted to see each and every golfer that comes to see me, I want you to improve on the golf course. Because if you don't, I haven't done my job as well as I should. And maybe I've given you what you wanted in the sense that you're going from a slice to draw, but I still believe that you're doing that in order to shoot lower scores out of the golf course. All people I meet, they want to become more consistent. So that's a big part of it. All people I meet want to be more in control of their game, know what they're doing, know what they're up to, and pretty much everyone wants to have a lower handicap. That's the who and the why behind the Shooting Lower Scores masterclass that you're watching right now. But who is it for? It's for every golfer of all levels who wants to improve their scores and handicap using an improvement system that works. I know that it's kind of double thing, like proven system that works, but it is a system, and I can prove it to you. That's what we're going to go through the masterclass, and it works. And I can tell you that because I've seen a player using it, getting the results they're dreaming of. So we know it works, and it's for all golfers of all levels, and that's the beauty of a system, right? It's applicable for players of all levels because we're going to adapt it to the different levels of golfer. And if you're, let's say, a 30 handicap right now, and you're telling me you want to reach a 20, you're starting using the system, you reach 20, and once you reach 20, you want to do it again. You want to go from 20 to 15 or from 20 to 10 or something like that. Well, we just adapt the system for where you're at and where you want to go, and through that, we reach your goals. And that's the beauty of having a system. We can always adapt it to the level of player you're at, and through that work to reach your scores. But why does it work? That's a good question, right? Why is it so different than anything else, and why does it work? Well, it's kind of simple. We're looking at what the best players in the world are doing. We're looking at what everyone is doing when they're playing good, and we're implementing that. We're using the stats we get from the different stat tracking devices we got right now. We're using a better understanding through shots gained, through ShotLink on the PGA Tour. In general, we all just got a better understanding today of the golf game. And I'm not unique. There's nothing unique about what we're teaching. We're just taking all of it, grouped it together to help you improve your golf game. Because you can find pieces of this all over the internet. You can find pieces of this pretty much anywhere. But putting it together and creating a system of it, there is the real power of what we're doing with Shoot Lower Scores. And you're going to recognize some of this. You're going to recognize, depending on how much time you spend on it, you're going to recognize a lot of it. And that's all right. And that's also the question that I want to end it all with. Like, why hasn't it been done before? Well, it has been done before. That's it. Like, as I mentioned, you're going to find the different pieces. You're going to have heard about them before. Some of them, maybe not all of them, and maybe you haven't spent as much time as I have looking into this, but you're going to recognize some of this. Depending on your level, you might recognize all of it. But we haven't really seen a system where we group it all together and take this kind of approach to the golf game, which is the key to understanding the Shoot Lower Scores system. And that's also what's going to be key to helping you shoot lower scores, become more consistent, become more in control of your game, and lower your handicap. That's why. So it has been done before, but not in this kind of different way. And also remember the disconnect we talked about, right? So your local golf pro, your local teacher who you're going to, they got a lot of this information. They can tell you about this. But if you're coming to me buying a stop slicing lesson, I'm going to help you stop slicing. I'm not going to talk to you about how to read greens. I'm not going to talk to you about how you're working with your ball flight to shoot lower scores and all that, because that's not what you're coming asking of me. And believe me, we're going to cover how to take a lesson so you can go take lessons to help you improve your game, to help you shoot lower scores, become more consistent and all that through our system, and having it be a part of the whole thing. We're getting to that. Believe me, I'm really looking forward to teaching you that as well. But that's why you might be thinking, like, why haven't this been done before? It makes sense. And it does, because it has been done before, just maybe not in this particular way. You've been learning a lot this week, as we already mentioned, and this is kind of breaking it all down to see what we've been looking at here is the few videos we'll be doing this week with more information in regards to each and every point, just to help you better understand what we'll be learning, what to expect through the coming videos. Number 1, we're going to stop playing golf, swing. Well, let me rephrase that. We're going to stop playing golf, swing, and we're going to start playing golf. Playing the game, not the swing. What is actually golf? Because I think the disconnect comes back to this, right? The disconnect comes back to a sense that we need to have the perfect golf swing to have the perfect golf game. And that's not really it. We've seen a huge influx when it comes to amount of instructional videos online, which I'm part of. Social media, YouTube, wherever you want to find it, you can find so many ways to swing a golf club. You can find so many tips and tricks on how to improve your game with your technique. And add to that the different track mats. We have the force plates. We have the 3D measuring systems. We got the apps showing you 3D motion. There's so much going on that we think that we need that perfect swing to be able to score perfectly, and that's not it. That's not the truth anymore. Well, it's never been the truth. It's always been the game in the center of it, right? And we need to get back to that. We need to stop playing golf swing. We need to start playing golf. We're going to spend a lot of time understanding the difference and what we can learn from it. We're going to stop doing the hidden hope. There's no more hidden hope. The basics for understanding your course management is going to be a big part of all of this. So what are your ideas on the tee? What are your ideas on the fairway? What you're trying to achieve when approaching the green? How you're doing on the green? It all matters, right? And the hidden hope strategy is something I like to call it what pretty much 99% of all golfers play. We just hope that the stars align. We grab the big stick, we swing it hard, and hope that the best things happen, right? That's all of it. When what we should be doing is think a little bit more, because that's what the best players are doing, and that's dependent on what level you're at, or independent on what level you're at, you should be doing the same thing. And we'll be covering this a lot, because a lot of golfers feel like we're not good enough to care about how to play. I just need to hit it and hope that it goes where I want, and then keep going. I'm here to tell you that's not true. Important things to remember. We're going to get to that. But we all, no matter what level you're at, all of this is going to matter. Hit and hope, hitting as far as possible, hitting the longest club possible just because it might work. That's going to cost you more shots than it's going to gain you. And that's also going to keep you shooting very varied scores. Because you're going to have a few birdies, you're going to have a few quadruple bogeys and everything in between. And that's part of the game if you choose to play the game that way. It's going to be part of the game no matter how you choose to play the game. But we can make the quadruples less common. We can make the birdies more common through playing golf with a better course management and no more hit and hope. Oh, we're going to cover distance. You don't need distance. We're going to teach you how to use distance to your advantage, though. And of course, we know that the longer you hit the ball, the chances are, well, there's a good thing to hit the ball further, with control and all that comes with it. So distance is always a good thing, but we need to learn distance. We need to know how to use it to our advantage. And you don't need distance. That's a part of it. Like, you'd be surprised at how short you can hit the golf ball and still play off scratch golf. I'm not a big hitter. I'm playing up he has +1, I think. I'm not a big hitter, but I'm not a short hitter either. But I play with golfers who hit the ball, their drive doesn't barely reach the 200 yards mark, and they can still play scratch golf. We're going to cover that. We're going to take a closer look at how distance works for us. I'm not saying you shouldn't try to hit it further than 200 yards, but we're just going to learn a lot more about it. We got the scoring clubs. The scoring clubs is our way of kind of putting it all together when it comes to the clubs. Is going to help you score. Evident, right? For us, the scoring clubs might be the most important clubs in the bag that we don't really give enough attention. A lot of us don't. We don't realize how important the scoring clubs actually are. So we're going to learn what the scoring clubs are, how to improve them, and give you some assets to how you can actually practice with your scoring clubs to become better with them. Some technique actually come in there, and as I said, we're going to talk more about technique going forward, but we need to realize what club in the bag got what role, what is intended to do, how is it supposed to help us, and all of that. That's what the scoring clubs are for, and that's understanding them is going to be very, very powerful for your game. And so is how to make putts or making putts. lining, missing, and reading putts. And I didn't type that wrong. It says missing putts. I know. But yeah, that's a part of it. We need to learn to miss putts in order to be able to make putts. And we're going to cover all that. The lining, the reading of putts, and the missing of putts, and of course the making of putts. We know that putting is 40% or more of your game, so we need to learn more about it. And all of that, or a lot of that, comes down to understanding what good putting is and how to use that to our advantage. And here you got so many shots you can pick up like right away. So we got a lot to learn over the coming few weeks, over this week, and then we're going to be diving even deeper into the all parts, how you can adapt it, how you can practice with it. All of those things are coming in the full masterclass. But this is what we're going to give you this week to start you off, so you got some actionable steps to start doing what you want to do, start shooting lower scores, start becoming more consistent, and through that help you lower your handicap and be in control of your game. This is how we start doing it. Important things to remember. These are for going forward. No matter if it's this week or the coming 4 weeks, we need to remember these things. Because we're all golfers. We all got the same experiences. We might feel like we're a little bit special, but to be honest, pretty much all golfers go through the same thing. We know the feeling of playing poorly. We know the feeling of wanting to achieve the best we can. We know all of that, right? So going forward, we need to remember a few things just to make sure that we get the most out of the system. And also for me to make sure that you realize that we've thought about this. This isn't something we missed that you might be thinking about. Number 1, this is a fact-based system. So pretty much this is what good golf is. We've been taking a closer look at the statistics we got, not only from the PGA and the LPGA tours, but also from Arcus, from the different shot tracing devices. We've learned so much in the last couple of years as a golf community when it comes to understanding what we need to do in order to shoot lower scores. Well, we understand so much more the difference between shooting a 72 and a 92, not just based on what you feel like. There's a lot of feelings going on in golf. We're not interested in that. We're a fact-based system. We want to look at the data. We want to understand what actually is the difference between the different results and what we want to achieve. So we're doing everything fact-based, and as I mentioned, going through this week, we don't have too much time to spend on the facts themselves. We're going to be diving deeper into them, both in our community, our free community at school, but also at the full masterclass. We're going to eventually be talking a little bit more about this. And we just need to break down what is good golf. We need to understand that. I believe that's where a lot of golfers don't really understand how to shoot lower scores and how to play good golf over and over again. Like, we want to do it. We want to understand, but we haven't really learned, and that's why we created this system to help you learn the basics and better understand what you need to do in order to be playing better golf. And one of those examples that I like to use is the fact that I think it's Sam Snead who said that good golf is just a lot of decent shots, and it's not those perfect shots all the time. It's a lot of decent shots. They're all right shots. They don't even have to be perfect. Tiger Woods said in an interview once that if he hits one perfect golf shot in one tournament, that's 72 holes, that usually means that he wins that tournament. If he, against all odds, hits 2 perfect golf shots in the same tournament, it usually means that he has won that tournament with a good and big margin, right? And that's Tiger Woods. That's the greatest of all time, saying that he hits 2 perfect shots very rarely in a tournament of 18 holes. That means that if you and I go out and play, we're probably not hitting that many perfect shots in each round, right? But we're hitting a lot of decent shots. We're hitting a lot of good shots, and that's what good golf is, if we can work around and get the brain working for us, or our way of thinking working for us rather than against us. It's important to remember what I like to teach from, and that's what, why, and when. So we need to know what to do, we need to know why to do it, and we need to know when to do it. So what to do, that's what we're going to go through. We already covered it a little bit, and that's the system, right? Knowing what to do that's the system, right? That's what we already started going through, and we'll be doing that over the coming weeks, just knowing that, all right, this is what I want to do. Or this is what I am doing and what I need to do in order to shoot lower scores and lower my handicaps. Why is understanding why you want to do it, right? And I believe this is the biggest part of all of it. If I can get you to understand why you should implement the system, if I can get you to understand why you're doing certain things out on the golf course, you're probably not going to do them. That's a big part of it. Think about it. That probably goes for a lot of golf lessons you've gone through as well, if you've taken any. If you got a golf coach telling you to do something, but he or she doesn't really get you to understand why you should be doing it, it's very hard to implement that change. It's very hard to go through the struggles that it is to change your technique if you're not certain on why you're trying to do it, right? It's a big part of the game. So, or a big part of learning, no matter what you're learning. So what I'm going to do over the coming few weeks is very much emphasize why we're doing the different things. The what, as I mentioned, it has been done before. Maybe you haven't heard it for the good reason why you should be doing it. Maybe you haven't heard it at all. But no matter what, if you get a why to that, that's going to be very, very important. Like, why am I here? Why am I sitting here doing this for you? I love helping golfers. I want to help golfers shoot lower scores, become more consistent, become controlling their own game, and lower their handicap. Why? Because I love seeing the happiness and the joy that good golf brings us. I've been playing golf good sometimes, and I love it. I love even more seeing my students achieving what they want to achieve. The big smile you get when hitting a great shot, when playing a good hole, when scoring well. That's the best thing. I love the feeling, and I love seeing others go through that, because golf is one of the most beautiful sports in the world to me because of it. Because it's a challenging sport. You know that. I know that. Everyone who's ever held a golf club and played a hole knows how hard it is. But that smile that just comes to mind thinking about the good rounds, it's maybe life-changing. Well, it is life-changing. I'm going to say that. Because that's addicting. I can definitely see golfers being addicted to golf if the golf game is good enough, and I want to help them get good enough. That is why I'm here. And that is why I also think the why is so important for you as well, because if you know why you're doing it, that's definitely going to help you. And of course, when to do it. This is a complete system. It's going to go from A to Z and anything in between. We can do it all at the same time, which is going to mess everything up, because you're going to try to implement every change whatsoever at the same time. Very chaotic way of doing it. Or we can do it step by step and do the right thing at the right time. That's going to help you improve in the long run, and that's why we're here. And that's also when is so important, or why when is so important. So, speaking of which, or rather speaking of whys, we need to drop the perfectionist right now. We mentioned it before. We're in social media, TrackMans, all of that. There is no perfect golf swing. There is no perfect way of playing golf. There is a perfect way for you to do it as easy, as repeatable as humanly possible. There is a way to do that, but there isn't a perfect way to swing the golf club. And the scorer doesn't really care if you're swinging it perfectly or not. I know that you've been experiencing this. I know that you've been playing rounds of golf where you feel off, you feel like you can't hit the ball to save your life, but you're scoring somewhat well. You know the feeling when you're kind of topping an iron and rolls up like this close to the pin and you make the putt for birdie? That's hard. I mean, I accept, or I know it's hard to accept yourself, but without a doubt, that's a part of the game. I'm not saying that we're going to try to top the ball close to the hole on purpose. I'm just saying that we all been there. Like, you have the perfect shots that end up in the bunker, in the waste area, whatever it is, and then you have the really poor shots that end up close to the hole. That's a part of the game, right? You can get, I don't remember who said it, but you get good bounces from bad shots, and you get bad bounces from good shots. That's golf. And if that's the way the whole thing works, if that's the way that the sport is set up, then we need to work with that. We can't expect perfection from a sport where we can't control everything going on. And if you want to score, we got to realize we can work with that rather than against it to help you shoot as low a score as possible. So if you're thinking about the top positioning in golf swing when trying to score as good as possible, it's just good luck, because that's going to make it a lot harder than it needs to be. So yeah, drop the perfectionist. That's it. Let's see. Sorry. And the next one, technique. It is important. Don't listen to me. Don't go through this system and thinking like, man, Max hates technique. He doesn't really want us to take a lesson. He doesn't really want us to improve how we're swinging the golf club. I do. Technique is really, really important. But for a lot of golfers I meet, this has been the case for, I mean, I've been teaching golf technique for the last 15 years. I still do it. I still love that part too, because that's going to help a lot of golfers experience that good golf more frequently at least. And they can get the big smile on their face on the range or whatever they are. So technique is important. It's very important. And we can learn so much about technique today that it's crazy. But I also feel like a lot of golfers, or the general golfer I meet, and once again, I've helped thousands, a lot of them have a technique that is at a much higher level than they're actually playing at. And what I mean by that is that their technique, the way of hitting the ball, hitting the different shots, that's powerful or good enough to actually shoot a really low score, or a much lower score than they're actually doing, because they're getting punished by how they're choosing to play. They don't have a system for playing and shooting lower scores. They're doing the hit and hope strategy. They're swinging the golf beautifully, but because of how they're choosing to play, they're also playing with a high risk and a low reward. And that's what's going to mess with our technique. That's why I think that technique is very, very important. And as I said, we're going to cover how to take a lesson and all that. But we need to realize that it's not all of it. There's so much more to it than just how you swing your golf club. And the same thing goes for the next point. Gear or equipment or what you're using playing golf is also very important. We need to make sure that each club in your bag fills the purpose, that you know what you're supposed to be used for and all of that. I'm not saying it's not important. The gear and equipment, we use it for every shot. It's just not what we're going to focus on right here. Do you need custom fitted clubs? Do you need the upcharge shafts and all that? No. You probably don't even need custom fitted clubs. You could probably do with something you bought off eBay. That's probably not it. That's not where you're going to earn the most shots. It's going to help you save some shots out there, and it's going to help you play better golf. It's going to make you more confident out there, which is going to help. But you don't have to have all of those things. I know a lot of golfers who have 14 clubs and would have scored just as well with 7, for instance. So the gear is important, the equipment is important, and we're going to go into that a little bit as well. But remember that. It might sound like I'm not talking about technique. It might sound like I don't care about the equipment. I do, but we need to, let's take this approach. We need to bring down, especially technique, from the pedestal that it is at as a golfer. It's not the solution to all problems. As Chris likes to say, we're trying to solve a golf playing problem with a golf swing solution. That's two different things. So let's take that down, that golf technique or the swing technique from that pedestal, and see it as a more holistic approach, right? That everything matters together. We got a whole game to work with. We don't only have one part. And if that whole puzzle works together, that's what's gonna help you shoot lower scores, come in control of your game, become more consistent, and lower your handicaps. But that means we also have to, as I said, take that down from the pedestal. The same with the gear. It's going to be part of progressing. It's going to be a part of playing better golf, but it's not going to be all of it. So that's an introduction. Of course, you got some help and support to look forward to, because going through this alone, you can definitely do that. You can just watch the videos, go out, implement it, and have success, without a doubt. But it's even better together. It's even better when we can learn from one another, because if you could learn from another 20 golfers who are at the same level you're at, fighting the same fight, and see what they learned, and you can implement that without having to go through that experience yourself, that is going to be very, very powerful. And also, I'm here to help you reach your goals. I'm here to help with both help and support. So what do we have? We have community. I've already mentioned that several times. We can learn by others doing the same thing, ask questions and get support. On school, you find our community. It's linked below if you're watching this on YouTube. If you're watching it in school, you already know where to go. And there you can find the community. That's where I'm sharing a lot of my insights. All as this rolls on, I'm going to get more insights the more plays go through it. I'm going to be sharing my thoughts, my ideas, what works, what doesn't work, all of that. But we're also going to get the same thing from people going through the system. And I want you to, if you've got a question, why not put it out there to the whole community, have them help you, and also have them being able to learn from you. I'm going to do my best to answer all the questions. I'm not saying I have the answers, because I might be missing something. Me and my team, we might have been missing stuff making this system up. And I'm looking forward to learning more about it, and that's also why the system is going to keep evolving, because the more playing goes through it, we know that it's working as of right now, but it can work even better, right? And that's the beauty of the community and helping each other, supporting each other, and also having you a little bit more, what do we call it? You're accountable to someone. Someone else might be able to help you keep going, keep doing what you're doing to help you reach your goals. We have the Masterclass. So this is week number 1. This is including the free community. You get it there. We're working on producing the full Masterclass, and it's going to keep going. It's going to keep evolving, as I already mentioned. And you find that in the school community of the premium version, and I give you more information depending on when you watch this. Right now it hasn't launched. When it has launched, you'll find more information in the community and through email, but that's what we're really looking forward to. You're going to get more help. You're going to have a better understanding of the system and all that. And of course, the rest of the videos from this week might feel a bit overwhelming right now, which I understand. Of course, in the community, we have some free assets that we've created to implement together with the system to help you reach your goals. And those are like tools to help you make this even easier, right? We want to make it easy. We want to make it as easy as possible to do this. We want to make it as understandable as possible. We want to make it as easy as possible, is the gist of it. And you're going to find all those assets in the school community. Right now we got a couple of them, but there is going to be more. Once again, when we get feedback, when we get support or action in the community, that's when we're going to see, all right, we might be needing this asset. We might be needing this one. And we're going to improve that through over time. You find that in the community as well. And of course, the newsletter, you're going to get all the information from me when a new asset releases, when something new comes to the Masterclass or somewhere else. Through the newsletter, that's where you're going to find me or find that information. And of course, social media, we're going to be breaking down a lot what you can find here. You can find in small pieces and small short form content on TikTok, on Instagram, and on YouTube. You find me there as Max Person Golf. And of course, if you have any questions, I'm on social media as well. Just reach out. I'm happy to help. So let's summarize before we move on to the next video. So we're working with a system here. And the beautiful part of the system, it gives intention to your... So to summarize, we're working with a system here. That's a big part of it. This gives intention to your game and your results. It's adaptable to golfers of all levels, which means that no matter what level you're at right now, you can use it, and when you improve, you can still be using it, adapting to whatever level that is. And this is something that's very, very powerful, no matter what kind of genre you're working in. A system is always good because it's going to help you better understand what you need to do. And golf misses that. Until now, I feel like we have really not a great system that works for all levels when it comes to actually improving their game, and shoot lower scores is that system. But we need to remember, if nothing changes, everything stays the same, and your results won't come if you're doing the same thing over and over again. We need to take action. I'm giving you the tools. We're giving you through this community, through these masterclasses or these videos. You're getting the tools that you can implement to help you take action, right? But if you're not taking action, we're not going to see a change in what you're doing. That's very important to remember. And we're here to help you take action. That's why we created the community. We believe that's maybe the biggest part of having you reach your goals, being a part of that community, no matter if you're in there writing all the time or you just going around reading what other people are writing. That's going to help you take action and keep taking action to reach your goals. Because if you're just watching this and not doing anything about it, guess what? You're going to be at the same place you were yesterday, right? You haven't changed anything. That's a part of it. So take action, small, big, that's up to you, but that's what's going to give you different results. And I hope to see you in the community. Once again, that's a powerful thing. That's where we're going to learn. That's where we can teach each other. That's where we can take this to the whole new level. And that's what it's all about. Helping you shoot lower scores, having you come in control of your own game, becoming more consistent, and through that, of course, lower your handicap and reach your dream goals. And the community is definitely going to help you do all of those things. Now, welcome to Shoot Lower Scores. That's it for the first video here in the system. And I want to end it all with a quote because I love this. This is the quote I've been using for golfers for years, and I think it perfectly explains golfers in just one sentence. Insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting different results. Just as we just talked about. Without a different action, you're not going to get different results. And I'm giving you the guide and the system to do those different actions, but you need to make the action happen, right? You need to make it happen, because if you do, there's no telling how far you can take this, and I'm really looking forward to seeing that. So, once again, that was the first video. Let's keep going. Let's get to work. Let's make a difference. Let's help you shoot lower scores. Let's get to work. Hi, Max here, and welcome back to the Shoot Lower Scores Masterclass, where this is really where the rubber hits the road. This is where we get going. This is where we start seeing results. We start making decisions that is going to change your game forever. This is what's going to help you shoot those lower scores. This is what's going to help you get your game under control, become more consistent, and reach your dream handicap. And I'm really looking forward to this. You can tell that already. And what we're going to cover today is stop playing golf swing. And you're going to surely get the idea when we're done with this video, because it's a big thing and it's a change that really needs to happen for us to shoot our best scores possible. And this is what we're going to cover in today's video. We're going to have a closer look at the idea of golf, not golf swing, and my thoughts when it comes to why we're at where we're at, and how that is really hurting our golf game. No matter what level we're at, it's hurting more than helping, and we need to make a decision. That decision is being made today, or at least it should be if you want to shoot lower scores. And by the end of the video, I'm sure you're going to want to make that decision as well. We're going to take a closer look into what golf actually is and how we define it, so to speak, and what we can learn from it. Because I think that sometimes we get lost a little bit in what we're actually trying to achieve and what parts goes into the game, and we can break that down forever. Like forever. I'm going to give you an example of that. But to us, it's three main things, and that's a great start. We're going to have a better understanding of the lower scores. Like, every golfer I meet, as I mentioned before, wants to shoot lower scores. They're teeing it up to break their own record each and every time they're out there, which I love. But we also need to understand what actually is lower scores. But like, how does that look in your scorecard when you're trying to go from 100, shooting 100 to shooting 90 or shooting 80? What does that actually look like? And what's the difference between me as a scratch golfer and you who's looking at this at whatever level you're at? We got some examples of that that's going to help you understand the difference, which is a big part of seeing how we're going to go about playing our game when we want to shoot lower scores. And as always, the newsletter, maxpersongolf.com/newsletter. That's where you're going to get the most important updates. You're going to be the first to know about everything new that comes out. If that's for the community, if that's for the masterclass or anything else, newsletter is the best way to get that information. You're not missing anything if you're signing up for that. maxpersongolf.com/newsletter. Just check it out already, or we can find a link below. And of course, YouTube, Instagram, TikTok. Find me on social media. You're going to find me at, you're going to get more exclusive content, and you're going to find me at Max Person Golf on all three platforms. We're kind of doing more of the short, what do you call it? We call it the shorter version of the content, so you can get a daily reminder of what to do to shoot lower scores. Maybe, who knows, I'm dropping on there, just dropping some knowledge, and maybe that can help you. There's a lot of fun content out there based on what you're going to see in the masterclass, and if anything, I really like what that can do for you as a reminder that, all right, this video hit home for me in the masterclass, and today I'm watching something on Instagram that makes me think of that video, and that's eventually what's going to help me shoot lower scores. So social media, very, very powerful. And as always, please, if you enjoy this, share the course with people around you who play golf, right? Your family, your friends, anyone at your club. Talk about this and let them know what you found and how that have helped you, because I want to help as many golfers as possible. That's why I'm doing this. I want to help people get their golf to the next level. And as I said here, let's take golf to the next level and improve our games together. I want you to improve. I want every golfer out there to improve, because that's going to mean we're having a lot more fun. That's going to mean the game keeps growing. That's going to mean that we're having just enjoying the game more, and golf is going to be even more powerful worldwide than it is right now. And that's why we're doing this, right? We want to have more fun. We want to shoot lower scores. We want to feel like we're improving, and this does that. If you feel the same way, please share the course with players around you. I couldn't. That's the most important part on my behalf. If you want to give back, please do. And as always, a warning: This is the most important video in the entire course right now. Make sure you follow along, watch the entire video. Don't skip, don't fast forward. Give it all your attention. Make sure that you got the gist of it. Make sure that you learn it, because that's going to be an important part for you improving your game. And as always, a small pro tip from a teaching professional: you can always watch it in double speed, just to make sure that it goes by even quicker. I love doing this. I'd much rather watch something twice in double speed than watch it once, which I just like. I'm picking up more of it that way. And if you haven't tried it already, 1.5 speed, 2.0, whatever. It's going to make it even faster, and you still get the information. It's a win-win. So, golf, not golf swing. What do we actually mean by that? Well, golf has right now kind of found its way in a very particular place, or very specific place. We're seeing so much when it comes to social media posts. We're seeing so much when it comes to the golf teachers around the world. We know so much about the golf swing because of force plates, because of the slow motion video, because of TrackMaps, because of 3D systems. We got so much information when it comes to how you swing the golf club and what we like to do, that has become the main point of all of it. I covered in the earlier video that we get a little bit of disconnect between me as a coach and you as a player, because I can get hitting the ball better, but you want to hit the ball better and get better results, right? And that's a big part of why I'm saying there is a difference between golf and golf swing. Because we can have a golf swing problem, which means that I'm slicing every ball 90 degrees to the right. That's a golf swing problem. If you're doing that each and every time, that's a golf swing problem. But if you don't have a certain particular miss that it's so obvious that it ruins your game, which is very common. I mean, you can hit a bad drive every now and then. That's not a golf swing problem. That's just a part of the game. We're going to miss. We can't get rid of that. We're humans. But a lot of golfers, they're having a playing golf problem, which means that the kind of decisions you're making out of the course, where you're aiming, what club you're hitting, what you're trying to do, that's the problem. But we're trying to fix it using golf swing and golf swing techniques rather than actually fixing the golf play, if you catch my drift. So improving your swing when actually your idea of how you want to play is off, that's really not going to make much of a difference, because you're going to hit the ball better. But if you're still making the wrong decisions out on the course, that's still going to mess up your score, right? So when we're talking about golf, not golf swing, that comes down to it. Like, what are you really struggling with? Are you having a golf problem, or are you having a golf swing problem? As my friend Chris likes to call it, are you trying to find a solution for your golf problem with your golf swing solution? Then you're kind of doing the wrong thing to it. That's why we're not really progressing. That might be why you feel frustrated with your playing golf right now, because you just feel like I'm hitting the ball so well, but when I'm out on the course, I don't really get the score to match up, and it feels like I should be able to do this better. And yeah, probably you should. If that's the feeling, there's something you're missing out on, and it's not the golf swing. I've mentioned it before. I have plenty of students I teach who swing the club really, really well, but they can't score at all in comparison to what I can do. I'm swinging the club all right. I'm not something you would like to see everyone do, or swing like I do, but I'm good enough. And I've got the scoring part down, which means that I can get around the course and have a pretty good score, even when I'm not hitting it all the best. And that's a big part. If you're frustrated, we're probably going to find a lot of it in the golf, not golf swing department. And to be honest, the cliche, it's true. You're not putting pictures in your scorecard. I've grown up being taught that day in and day out. My dad, my grandpa, my uncle, they all try to get that in my head. Growing up as a junior playing golf, I wanted that perfect golf swing. I wanted the Tiger Woods kind of feel. But I was happy enough, or I learned happily enough, I learned quite quick that, well, it doesn't really matter how it looks. It matters where the ball goes, right? We're going to get the ball from point A to point B. That's all there is to it. We're not looking to get you're not getting an extra point with a draw instead of a fade or slice. You're just getting the ball in the hole. And good golf doesn't have to be beautiful. You're not putting pictures in your scorecard. We're looking to keep the number low, right? So all we need to do is keep the ball in play. We need to make sure that we know where it's going as much as possible, and we need to make decisions out of that. And the idea that we're trying to change our golf swing to look better without actually helping us improve in scoring or improving results. I've met so many golfers like that. Like, look at this swing. Look how I'm really happy with how this looks. Well, where does the ball go? That's always what I come back to. I want you to hit the ball where you want it to go as often as possible. How you get it there, well, that's not as important, is it? Of course, it's going to be more important the more repeatable your technique is, the more consistent your technique is. That's going to make it easier to also get the ball to a more consistent place. But we're going to get to that. You're probably a lot more consistent than you might think, but it all comes back to how you're looking at your golf game. If you actually have a par on one hole, but you're not happy with how you made that par, you got a big change to make when it comes to your idea of your golf game. If you want to shoot lower scores, if you want to be more consistent, if you want to be in control of your own game, you have to realize that those kind of scores where you're happy with the number, but not how you came to that number, that doesn't really matter. Keep the ball in play, get it there, get it in the hole in 4 shots if that's what you want to do. And if that ball never came up in the air, that's all right. For the long run, of course, we might want to improve that, but if it's a par, it's a par. Stop dragging yourself down for feeling like, well, I should have done that better. Like, it's a par, dude. Be happy, no matter what level you're at. So, remember, if you're not on the PGA Tour, if you're not on the LPGA Tour or something similar worldwide, this isn't pro golf. Yeah, when we're looking at the best players in the world, they have a certain way of playing golf. And even for them, they still apply this system. They might not know it as a shoot lower score system, but they still do this system. They still make a plan. They still do all of this. And I bet you $100, without a doubt, when you see a professional golfer out on the course, they are not having ideas about swinging perfectly or trying to reach perfect positions and all that. They're trying to get the ball from point A to point B in as repeatable and reliable way as possible. For some, that might be a swing thought. That's a completely different thing. But they're not trying to achieve. They don't care about how it looks on TV. They want to shoot low scores. They want to earn money. They want to make a living. And we want to do the same thing. Maybe we're not making that much money, but we want to shoot lower scores as often as possible. The professional golfers do that. We know that. We can do the same thing when it comes to how we look at the game, how we prepare for the game, how we choose to play the game. We just have to adapt after the level we're at. We're not playing pro golf. Pro golf is a completely different sport. We need to be aware of that. If you're trying to play like the pros, you might actually be playing golf and not golf swing. I give you that, but you're probably leaving a lot of shots out on the golf course. So we have to realize that amateur golf, trying to go from a 15 handicap to 7 is far from what professional golf is and what you're seeing on TV, and that's an important part to remember. Now, to us, we've broken down golf into 3 different things, just to make it as simple as possible. Because we can talk about golf all day, all night. We can talk about the findings we get on the force plates, the 3D systems, the TrackMans. We can talk about the different angles, the different values TrackMan gives us, which is great. It's fun. And I'm a tech geek. I love the technique. I love the tech we use to follow golfers, see the different numbers in TrackMan or 3D systems or pressure plates and all that. But there's a difference between that and actually playing better golf. And golf art is different things, and we need to realize that. And we need all things. We covered it earlier that there's a holistic approach to it. That's what we want to have here at Shoot Lower Scores. But if we're just looking at one part and missing the rest of them, that's not very holistic, is it? That's very like, I want that to be important and I don't care about the rest of it because I want that to be important. Well, golf doesn't really care about what you want, right? It gives you what it gives you. What you put in is what you get out. And if you just care about one part, that part might increase or become better, but the holistic part might become unchanged or maybe even go the opposite direction. You might be starting to swing in the club better, but the score goes the wrong way anyway. So golf is 3 things. Number 1, technique. Of course, how you swing the golf club is going to depend or decide a lot on where the the golf ball is going, and through that, what happens on the course, right? This is for all of us. We are being affected by how we swing the golf club. without a doubt. And what we mean by that is we all have our technique, we all have our way of swinging the golf club. There has been potential, or there has been a lot of talk about swinging your swing. That's very good. If you, I don't remember who the golf pro is who said it. That's very true for someone on the PGA Tour. They should definitely swing their own swing. If you're a 28 handicap, having trouble hitting the ball somewhat consistently, probably swinging your swing is not going to make you go from 28 to 0, right? So we need technique. We need to be reliable when we're hitting the golf ball, but we also need to realize that technique is not all of it when we get out on the course, and what we might see as a flaw in our technique might not be a flaw in our technique. It might be a result of what you're trying to achieve. One of my perfect examples of this is players who are pretty much chasing any fly they can find. So if we have a fly, it's tucked behind a bunker, behind the green there's a water hazard, and we got all different things going on. Let's put some storm winds into it, and there's just an insanely hard shot. And you see a 14 handicap golfer, you're setting up to hit that pin. You want to go for that pin. Well, if you're doing that and you're missing, number one, you're going to be affected by you're seeing the bunker, you're seeing that the pin is hard to reach, and you're seeing the water, right? That's going to affect you completing your swing, doing your swing well, and that's going to affect the technique rather if you would like it to or not. We all get affected by what's around us and what's going on during a round, and that's one part of it. So just that decision in going for a fly that you probably shouldn't do is going to affect your golf swing and through that your technique, and that's why technique is important. But again, it might not be the reason you're missing, might not be the technique, but we tend to actually always blame the technique. We come back to that. We come back to, well, my technique isn't good enough. We come through that, we get back to the main point I made in the earlier video, which is the disconnect between swinging the club better and scoring better. You also have to give yourself the opportunity to rely on your technique and not just hope that it shows up in a situation where you're trying to do the most, aggressive thing possible, right? So technique is one part. Equipment is the next one. Without golf clubs, golf is going to be very boring. Without a golf ball, golf is going to be very, very boring. And the equipment you use is your tools of the trade. It's there to fill, what do we call it? It's there to do its job, right? So we need clubs. A lot of golfers tend to have a lot more clubs than they do or they need. And we are going to get into that in the future video as well and talk about how we can determine whether that's true or not for you. But equipment is a big part. Having good equipment that works for you is going to make golf a lot easier. It's going to make having golf clubs that work for you is going to make it a lot easier to be more consistent, shoot lower scores, and reach your goals. That's it. That's the way we want to look at equipment. We want to make sure that it helps us do what we want. Can we choose equipment based on looks or being the right brand or maybe having the shaft that your ego likes? Yeah, we can do that. I myself have a set that I like to bring out every now and then with Callaway blades and a graphite shaft in them. I love those clubs. They're such a huge ego boost that I can't make that clear enough or big enough. That's important for me personally. I know, however, that if I go out and play with those clubs, I'm not going to shoot my best scores. So if I bring those out, I'm doing it for a completely different reason than trying to shoot my best score. And that's all right. We just need to be aware of the fact that you're making it harder than it needs to be. And if you're making it harder than it needs to be through your equipment, well, then probably you can't really expect to play your best golf. And we got scoring. So scoring to me is what this is the big three. I got my swing, I got my technique, and of course we got technique in all different kinds of shots. We got equipment for all different kinds of shots. So the driver, we got the putter, and everything in between. And we also have the scoring part, which is course management, decision making, and how you choose to play the game. And that's the big thing about the golf, not golf swing part, right? Golf swing, well, then we're stuck in the technique part. We're stuck in the first thing that golf is. I want to go from that. I want to go through equipment, and I want to end up in scoring. I would like you to, every time you go out on the first tee, every time you go out on the course, if you want to, you're in scoring mode. You're trying to shoot low score as possible each and every time, and that means that we're going to be much more aware of what we're trying to achieve. We're going to be much more into it when it comes to what clubs we choose to hit, where we're trying to hit the ball, and all of that. We're going to work with our game rather than against it. We're going to do the best with what we got at the moment, not where we're trying to be a big while from now. So what this whole system comes down to is making sure that the scoring is up to par with the technique and the equipment. Because I see a lot of golfers, and if you're a frustrated golfer who feel like you haven't really reached your full potential yet, chances are you got the technique down, you got the equipment down, at least somewhat, and you're missing out on the scoring part. Because if you're swinging the club well, that's a good start. If you got good equipment or gear that's custom made for you, that's even better together with the technique. But if you're missing the scoring part, we're kind of missing the multiplier here. You can't really get the use out of the technique and the stuff you've got if you don't have the scoring aspect. And that's why this is so important. That's why we built this course. That's why the Masterclass is here, to help you shoot lower scores, get in control of your game, be more consistent, and reach your lower handicaps. Because that's going to do it. Scoring better, understanding what you need to do to score better, is something completely different than the two first parts. Now, if we're chasing lower scores, if we want to reach those dream scores, whatever they are, we also need to understand them. And for me, this is a very big part. Because if you are playing off your average score right now is 95 and you want to break 90, you have to realize what those different shots. We realize that there's a 5-shot, maybe 6-shot difference. That's easy. But where do I find those 6 shots? If you're trying to find them all over the course all the time, that's going to mess up a lot for you. Because that means that if you're heading out on the first tee, you're making a bad first hole, you might lose your temper for the day, and that's it, right? But if we can understand how to shave strokes off our game all over or all through the round, and understand where the difference is between someone with a, let's say, scratch handicap and 20 handicap, you can start understanding where you can make the most gains to get to that dream score or dream handicap or whatever it is. And that's why we're putting a lot of effort into understanding the lower scores, not just how to get there. So, number 1, great golf is boring. Simply put, it's avoiding mistakes rather than making the hero shots. If you're like me, you're watching a lot of golf on YouTube, you're watching a lot of professional golf, you're watching highlights, and what you see is just that. You see the highlights, right? Especially from professional golf, because professional golf is quite boring. If you think about it, we got 150 guys or girls out playing for 4 hours each. They're out there trying to make the best of it. At the same time, they're trying to make the best of it. They're trying not to mess up, which means that there are a lot of decent and good shots for their level. There are very few hero shots, and usually the time the hero shot is needed is when they put themselves in trouble. Some of the best golf rounds ever played is just hitting the fairway, hitting the green, making the putt. Good golf, great golf, is a lot of good putting and getting the opportunity to hit those good putts. But if we're just watching the highlights from TV and social media, we're seeing these big draws, big fades, big hooks, the low shots, the high shots, the ones that hit the fly, the ones that's this close, and all that goes into it. And that's a very small part of all the shots being shot in one day. But that's what we get shown, and I love it. I get so inspired by that. But I also realize that that's a very, very not very common. Let's call it that, because there's a lot of drive in the middle of the fairway or driving in the fairway, hit a 9-iron up in the green, lie the first putt close, and then put the next one in, par, go to the next one, try again. That's kind of what good golf is, and that is the same for you no matter what level you're at. The difference is that if you're playing off a 30 handicap, you've got a few more strokes on each hole to work with, and that was probably what you should be doing. You should be making sure that you're hitting the fairway, you're getting it out there, getting some distance, and then hitting it forward and hitting it forward again, maybe up in the green, putt twice, and go to the next hole. Your par, your 2 points if you're playing stable forward, or whatever you're playing, if you're playing on your level, that's always a good thing. If you're not playing professionally to live off the golf game, playing on your level is the first step to actually playing better than your level, right? If you're 10 shots behind your handicap each and every time you come in, the first thing you should do is try to get to your handicap, not getting 10 shots below your handicap before you're at the rate you're at, or sorry, the handicap you're at. So great golf is boring. Keeping the ball in play, getting it where it needs to go, minimizing mistakes, and minimizing the need for the hero shots is key to shoot lower scores. And we're definitely going to take a closer look at that in just a few moments. So great golf is fairies, greens, and putts. That's all it is. Again, boring. Or very, if you understand it, if you realize how important it is, if you realize that you're following a plan, you're getting the results you've planned for, you've done what you've asked yourself to do, that's very empowering. It feels great when you're doing it. So it's a great thing, totally great thing, but we need to understand it. You don't need to make all those birdies. You don't need to make all those 4-pointers or whatever it is. Keep the ball in play, get it up there, let the putter decide, because no matter what, the putter is going to decide a lot of this. That's just it. And scoring difference is a huge part. If you understand the scoring difference, golf gets so much easier. And what we mean by scoring difference is that if I'm playing off a scratch golfer, 0 handicap, and I'm playing against someone with a 20 handicap, there should be I believe it's like 20 or 25 strokes different on average. So the scoring difference is the question of where are those 20, 25 shots going? Where can we see the difference, right? And distance, a lot of people usually say, of course, Max, you're hitting it further than the average 20 handicap player. And yes, I do. But it's not only there. It's not only that makes the difference. It's going to be all over the course. And we need to realize, where can I pick up shots? If I'm playing as a 20 handicap and I want to be a 10, where can I pick up those scoring differences in my score to get down to 10? If I don't know that, if I haven't been taught that, or haven't learned about that, you're going to be going after it blindly, right? You know you want to shoot lower scores, but you're trying to get those shots all over the place, while some parts of your game might actually be on a 10 handicap level player already, and some are missing, right? So we need to understand what the scoring differences are to help us do just that and understanding lower scores. So examples of this, we got plenty. I just wanted to show you this. We're going to go through this one real quick. This is a breakdown from thegrint.com. This is from 2016, so it's soon to be 10 years old. And if you want to, you can pause the video and check this out to see the exact differences through their system when it comes to the average score on holes. I'm not going to show you that much longer. I'm going to give you the data anyways. So let's take a look at it. So this is understanding lower scores, right? I'm comparing a scratch golfer, which is myself, to a golfer with 20 to 25 handicap index. On average, over 18 holes, me as a scratch golfer, I'm making 2.4 birdies. And how are we making those point something numbers? Well, you have to realize when it comes to shots gained and tracking scores that we can't just look at one round. We need to look at a round over several rounds over a big period of time. So if I'm making 2.4, that means that sometimes I'm making 3, sometimes I'm making 2, sometimes I'm making 5, sometimes I'm making none. So that's a part of it. But this is on average based on their users. Arcus is giving us pretty much the same thing. So I'm making 2.5 birdies. Let's say I'm 25 strokes ahead of the 20 to 25 index player. And I'm making 2 birdies around, 2.4. The 20 to 25 index player makes 0.2 birdies around, which means that every 5 rounds they're making 1. So that's where I earn about 2 shots on the 20 to 25 handicapped index player. All right, that means that we got 23 shots left. Next one, average pars. I tend to average about 10 pars in a round, 9.7. A 20 to 25 index player averages around 2.5. So that gives me another, let's say, 7 strokes, right? So we have 2 plus 7, that's 9. We still got 16 shots to find over 18 holes, and they're not coming from birdies. Some of them are coming from pars, but most of them are coming in different places, right? Let's get bogeys. All right, I'm making an average of 4 bogeys, 4.5, which is very true. That's even kind for me right now. And we got the 2025 index player is making 7.3. So that's another, let's give me 3 strokes there. So we got 3, we got 9, no, sorry, we got 3, we got 7, that's 10, we got 2, so that's 12. So in birdies, bogus pars, half of the shots I have on a 2025 handicap player, or they have on me, are being lost in birdies, pars, and bogeys, right? That's the difference right there. Check this one out. Average worse, which means that's worse than a double bogey. So we're talking triple bogeys, quadruple bogeys, and more. I'm making one triple bogey. Let's say triple bogey, just to make it easier. I make one triple bogey every other round, on average. Which means that, let's say I'm making one. The average 2025 index player is making 3.5. So let's say they're making 3 more triples than I am. That means just in the triple bogeys, they are losing 9 shots on me. That's almost as much as they losing on birdies, pars, and bogeys put together. And why I'm showing you this is very, very simple. If you're trying to go from a 25 index player and want to reach my level, you might think that you need to make a lot more pars, a lot more birdies. But what's really hurting your score is actually the other side of the scorecard. It's the high scores. It's the quadruples. It's the triples. It's the double bogeys. Of course, we're going to lose about 6 strokes there too. So if we can minimize the amount of worse, so I like to call it, but let's call it triples, and double bogeys and make more bogeys, more pars, more birdies, you're going to shave strokes off your score like that. But that's a completely different game than trying to hunt down the birdies or the pars, going from being dissatisfied with the bogey because that's not a par or a birdie, and instead being very happy that you made a bogey because it's not a triple, it's not a double, it's a single bogey. You can do a lot more bogeys and you still get, you see, I should make 4.5. You could go from 7 to, if you go from 7 bogeys to 14, you're probably going to say like 10 strokes just because instead of doubles and triples, you're making single bogeys, and it's going to lose you 1 stroke and not 15. So that's a big part. And you can, let's go back. Here we can see it for all different handicap levels, but my favorite one is going birdies in comparison, because a lot of golfers think that me as a scratch golfer, I should be making 5-6 birdies around. I'm not even making that many pars. I have to say like 10 pars. A lot of golfers could do 10 pars if they're playing the right tees and all that, but this is a very very important part to understanding what you need to shoot lower scores. And that's also going to be a big change in the way you're looking at the game if you can understand that, well, if I want to do all of this, I don't need to shoot that low score all the time and don't need to reach all the greens in 2 shots. If I can get there in 3, putt twice, and make it a secure bogey, that's a lot better than what I tend to do when I'm trying to get that birdie, right? And the same goes for me. If I know that as a scratch golfer, I'm happy. If I made 2 or 3 birdies in a round, I'm very, very happy. That means that I've played really well. And it also means that I can kind of step off the gas a little bit. I can make sure, do my best to make pars. And that's definitely going to help me reduce the amount of bogeys or doubles and all that. So it's an important thing to remember, to understanding what you need when you're looking for those lower scores, because that's completely going to change your state of mind when you're out on the course and when you're reviewing your own game. So, summary, because it's time to make that decision that we started talking about, right? How are you going to look at your own game? What are you going to try to achieve? And how are you going to try to get there? I'm going to teach you how to get there. In the coming videos, we're going to look at how, right? But we need to make a decision first. Number 1, are you playing golf or playing golf swing? I hope that you want to play golf. I hope that you want to go out on the tee and do your best to score as well as possible. Remember that we have the 3 different parts. None is really more important than the other. They all make the holistic approach, but we need to make, when we're out on the course, scoring is without a doubt the most important one. Your technique, you've been working through that. That's what you're doing off the course. Your equipment, when you've bought that equipment, that's what you're going to be using. That's what you use on the course, but you're not going to change it on the course. You're going to use it. So now it comes down to what you decide to do out there. Then it comes down to scoring, and that's the fun part, and that's what we're going to be teaching you even more about in the coming videos. Number 2, what do you need to improve? Do you feel like the technique, as we mentioned, is a problem? Do you feel like the equipment is a problem? If you're watching this, chances are that you're probably by now realizing, well, maybe my swing is good enough. Maybe my gear is good enough, or probably they are. But my scoring, it needs a lot of love. And that's why you're sitting here watching me right now. 98% of golfers I meet, if they should invest time anywhere, it should be in their scoring. If they want to shoot lower scores, become more consistent, come in control in their handicap or the game, and get lower handicaps, scoring is key. And you need to start looking at finding your differences, right? If you're playing off a 15 right now and you want to become a single-digit golfer, compare the two. Like, go back in the presentation, watch that and see how you're stacking up against the player on that level. This is actually also very good thing for you to learn for the future. If you want to go from a 15 to 5, try playing with the 5 handicap and realize where the differences are. It's one of the best ways to actually explore what you need, right? But how is that 5 handicap golfer playing? If you've never played with a golfer of the skill level that you want to reach, you're missing out. You're missing the best opportunity to learn what you actually need, and also, honestly, to find a way to get a better understanding of what your game really is at and what level. Because you might find if you go out and play with a golfer at the level you want to reach, you might realize, I'm hitting the driver just as far as he is. I'm putting pretty much on his level. But there's something going on between the tee shot and getting to the green where we differ really much. And we can start learning that, right? And you can start picking that up right away. So if you're not playing with someone on your level, try to find someone in your club, through social media, whatever it is. One round can tell you so much more. So we need to make the decision. We need to decide what to improve, and we need to find the differences in our game. What is it we want to reach? Now, I'm a big Bob Rotella guy. If you read his books through the years, you're going to recognize some of this, and you're definitely going to see more quotes of him. But I love this one. Golf is about how well you accept, respond to, and score with your misses, much more so than it's a game of your perfect shots. Golf is not a game of perfect. That's actually the name of one of the modules coming up in this masterclass. But what he's saying here is pretty much the essence of golf, right? It is. You need to accept the misses. And you need to score with your misses, because no matter what, no matter how important that part of the golf game is, your technique, you're not only going to hit perfect shots. Again, Tiger hits one perfect shot every tournament. It usually means he wins it. So this is a big part of it. I love this one. And we got a decision to make. Get to work. Get going. Let's start making the changes we need to make. Remember, if we want to reach our goals, we need to make changes. We need to start doing what we want to do. And we need to change something to reach that goal. Let's get to work and see you in the next video. Hi, Max here. Welcome back to the Shoot Lower Scores Masterclass, where we're today all around the theme of no more hidden hope, better understanding the course management, better at getting to what you can start doing today to start planning out your rounds, to start helping you shoot lower scores. And we got so much fun to cover in this video, and it's sure it's going to make a big difference for you. If you want to shoot lower scores, if you want to become... Hi, Max here. Welcome back to Shoot Lower Scores Masterclass, where we're having the theme of no more hidden hope. I can't say that I came up with the name Hidden Hope to talk about golfer strategy out in the course, but it's such a fitting name that I use it as much as possible just to help you understand the idea of it. I think it's only 3 words, but it makes a huge difference when it comes to realize how we like to play golf. We got a lot to learn today. We're going to get you, by the end of this, we're going to have a better understanding of golf in general, and we're going to see, and you're most likely going to have a better understanding what you need to do when it comes to your planning of your golf round to help you shoot lower scores, become more consistent, become more in control of your game. And this is definitely helping you control your game a lot more, and through that, reach your dream goals and lower your handicaps. So let's get going. This is what we'll be learning today, what we'll be covering. We're going to take a closer look at what's hidden hope. It's not just a fun thing to say, even though I like to say it. We got a lot of information on it. We also got the classical aspect of it. It's no fun playing like that. So we're going to be talking a little bit about being aggressive and not, and no laying up is a big name today. And we're going to definitely have a discussion about that. And some of you might already be thinking, I don't like where this is going. Remember the important things. This is a system. It works to help you shoot lower scores. And trust me, it doesn't mean that you need to lay up on all holes and whatever it is. We're getting to that one. Aim left, maybe my favorite part of this whole video. No, I got so many favorite parts. Aim left that's another Chris's quote. Chris Nelson has written the books on shoot lower scores with his system, and has helped me come out with this one. Aim left is just a very, very, very condensed version of saying what we need to say. And you're going to understand this in a little bit. And we have the playing golf backwards, which is going to make a lot more sense in maybe 30 or 40 minutes when we get to that point. So this is what we're going to learn. And if you can pick up these 4 things and better understand why and how they're important to you, your golf game is going to help you. But as always, If you want to get the best news, or rather the news first, you want to get the latest updates and all that that's happening with the course, with our community and all that, maxperson.com/newsletter or maxpersongolf.com/newsletter, where you can sign up for the newsletter. You get important updates regarding the course, regarding our community, regarding everything that has to do with shooting lower scores and reducing your handicap. That's where you're going to find it. YouTube, Instagram, TikTok, the social media platforms. Follow me there for the short form exclusive content. We're gonna work with that together with the courses, together with the community here at school, to help you become a better golfer, right? And we can get the daily reminders. You can get an ID and whatever it is from our social media. You're finding me at Max Person Golf on all those platforms. Just search for me there. You're gonna find me. You're probably gonna recognize the face by then or by now. And of course, if you like what you're seeing, if this has helped you already, please help me out and share the course with golfers who you know. Friends, family, whatever it is. Help me reach more golfers, because I'm doing this because I want to help more golfers improve their game, shoot lower scores. You know the drill. Shoot lower scores, lower their handicaps through controlling their game and becoming more consistent. I know that this works, and you're probably already starting to realize that there's a lot behind all of this. And if you want to share that with all the other golfers, that's the best way you can give back to me for this, because I want to help as many golfers as possible, and this is one way of doing it that I really enjoy, which I guess you can already tell. So share the course. Let's take golf to the next level and improve our games together, right? That's all we want to do. So, and another warning, yes, as usual, this is the most important video in the entire course. Right now, there's no more important video than this one to help you shoot lower scores. That's all of it. So watch the entire video. Don't skip, don't fast forward, because this is very important for us. And as always, a pro tip, teaching a professional to you, you can always watch the video in double speed. As I mentioned before, I prefer watching in double speed and then watching it twice if I need to, rather than watching it in normal speed. And well, it's just much more time efficient than anything else. And I like being time efficient. You probably do too. Let's get to it. What's Hit and Hope? And as I mentioned, I love the name, but what is it really? It's a way to explain or to summarize how golfers tend to play golf. No thought, just hit it. The classic way to play golf for most golfers, hitting it and hoping for the best. That's it. Like, that's what we're doing. That's all the way what we're doing. We're hitting the driver off the tee on our par fours, all par fives, just because that's the club you're supposed to hit. We're playing the one tee on the course all the time, the same distance, the same tees, because that's where you're supposed to play. We're doing everything without really a thought, more than just explaining it through that. It's just the way it's supposed to be. And that's Hit and Hope, right? We're hitting the driver off the tee. We're taking up no matter what, how your ball is lying, you're going to get the longest club possible and try to whack it as far down the fairway you can. And then you're going to repeat that until the ball is up on the green. And then we're going to try to make each and every putt, no matter if it's 25 feet or 50 feet from the hole, you're going to try to make each and every putt, because that's what you're supposed to do. And I get it, because we've never really been taught how to play golf, right? We're watching the professionals on TV, the ladies and the men, and we see what they're doing, and they're professionals. So we're trying to do the same thing, which is kind of fun, because golf is probably the only sport where you actually sit back home in the TV and think like, well, I should be able to do that all the time. I know about quarterbacking from your couch. Like you might comment like that on a football game or hockey game or something like that. I could do that better. Yeah, that maybe I get the feeling of that, but I know that a lot of golfers genuinely feel like they should be able to play on a golf professional's level, because it doesn't look that hard. But you will never expect to go out and play 90 minutes football with Messi and try to beat him and have the idea that you can be as good as him without practicing, without being on that level. But in golf we can. And one of the reasons for that, I believe, is the simple fact that when the stars align and you hit a really good iron shot or a drive or a really good putt, you're pretty much at tour level for that particular shot. The difference is that their average is on that level, and you do that once every 1,000 shots. That's probably what messes it all up for us. And we start playing like we're watching the pros play. We covered that already. But that's where the Hit and Hope strategy comes from, I believe, because that's where we tend to get our our ideas that we need to hit the driver, we need to do this, we need to do that, and then we tend to do as humans, I guess. We choose what we want to remember and recall, and see where that leads us, and that usually leads us to hit and hope strategy, where we're just hitting it and hoping for the best. And days where it actually works out, we tend to get a decent score. Maybe we might even get a really good score. But 10 days it tends not to work out, which are plenty, which are usually much more, well, that tends to be a lot worse. So the hit and hope is just no thought, just hit it, find it, hit it again. The John Daly grip it and rip it kind of way of going. And that might be I can see why we're doing it, but if we want to shoot lower scores and get control of our game, this is not the way to go about it. This is actually the furthest thing away from a plan you can have. And by plan, I mean the plan of playing the golf. And in fact, it's the opposite of having a plan to play golf, because you have no plan, and kind of the plan gets that, it kind of gets to the plan. Like me trying to hit the ball as far as possible is my plan to tackle the whole course, when the course probably doesn't really invite you to do that. And especially maybe our skill doesn't invite us to do that. Once again, there's a huge difference between pro golf and not. So a lot of golfers tee it up each and every week. They want to play as good as possible, but they have no plan of how to do so. They're just hoping that I'm going to play as I usually do. I'm hoping that this is a good day, and I hope that the score is going to follow. And then they do that for hundreds of times a year, or maybe tens of times a year, and over the years, hundreds of times, and just thinking about maybe this is going to be my day. We're not making any changes. This haven't really worked for the last 10 years, but I'm going to keep doing it. That's hit and hope golf. When thinking differently about it, creating a plan, that's what's going to help you become better at scoring. And we want to score, right? We want to become more consistent. We want to play our best golf as often as possible. That comes down to planning. That comes down to making the right decisions at the right time, and usually, to be fair, making those decisions on the course, on the sixth tee, is not the best way to go. Probably it's a much better idea to decide what to hit on hole number 6 before you're even out on the course, because then you don't have those emotions. You don't got adrenaline running. You don't have to react to what you did on the last hole or what you want to do for the next holes. You could just decide in a very neutral state of mind that I'm hitting a 3-wood off the tee on number 6, no matter what. That's planning. That's the straight opposite of what's hit and hope. And hit and hope, as I already mentioned, it's a lot like playing golf on someone else's level. We're trying to chase down the pros rather than actually playing on the level that we're at. It doesn't really matter if you're a 10 handicap, 20 handicap. If you're a scratch golfer like I am, I'm not supposed to try to play golf like a +8 handicap like some of the best players in the world are. I would like to. I'm just like you. I would like to. Sure, it looks a lot of fun, but I'm not at that level yet. Yes, it's a 10 handicap, a 20 handicap, 30, 40. We're not there. We got to work with what we got, and instead of trying to hit and hope and aiming for the stars to align, as I already mentioned, we can actually work with the level we're on ourselves, and rather play on our level to our advantages rather than trying to play like someone else. And once again, if you want to hit, if you want to become more consistent, if you want to shoot the lower scores, the first step to doing so is getting to that level that is actually where you are at. If you're coming in 10 shots worse than your handicap, trust me, the first step is not going 10 shots better than your handicap. It's getting to your handicap. It's realizing that about 20% of your rounds only 20% of your rounds are supposed to be on your handicap. The rest are supposed to be worse. That's just, or 20% is supposed to be on your handicap or better. 80% are going to be worse. And if we can just make more of those worse rounds be on your handicap, that also means that we're going to get more of those better than handicap. And through that system, we're improving, right? That, once again, is the opposite of the hit and hope strategy. But some of you are definitely already thinking about this. And you probably are as well. But it's no fun playing that way. You kind of feel, you've already decided what I'm about to say when it comes to strategy and all that. You've already kind of built this wall between us. Like, it's no fun. I don't want to play like that. I want to play like this. And you're not getting me. You're not understanding me. Let's keep going and I'll get to it. I don't want to play like that. The most important part, I don't want to plan. I don't want to think. Well, if you don't want to do that, that's fine. I'm all for it. Do whatever you want. That's the beauty of golf, right? It can be different things for different people. It's a beautiful sport like that. But you have to realize that your score probably won't improve as much as it could. You're choosing a way to shoot more inconsistent scores. You're choosing a way to have a harder time shooting your handicap. And that's all right. I'm just letting you know that you're doing so. And then it's up to you what you want to do with it. That's fine. I'm just leaving that information with you. And yeah, the pros are doing it like this. And I get it. We want to chase the pros, as we already mentioned. But yeah, the pros are doing it. We're not pros. That's a big part of it. Maybe the worst word I know to hear golfers say is I should be able to do that. We've been looking at our friend we're playing with who happens to have been playing golf much longer than I have, and they're playing on a completely different level. They're all doing all these things, and you go besides him because he's your friend and think like, well, I should be able to do that. He's hitting his 7-iron 160 yards. I should be able to do it too, even though it's 60 yards further than I hit right now. And instead than actually trying to see how can I use my 7-iron that goes 100 yards right now to my advantage and score better, I'm just hung up on being able to hit the shot like someone else is. I should be able to do this. I should be able to do that. We come back to technique. We come back to equipment, the things that don't really make the score when we're out on the course. We got what we're working on, and that's it. I'm sorry. So another important part when we're covering all these three is that the idea we always have when we start planning or talking about planning and strategy and course management and all that it is you're starting to think that I'm telling you, which is the idea usually, to not hit driver. I'm telling you not to do this. I'm telling you not to do that. That's not true. Believe me, I want you to be as aggressive as humanly possible, but be aggressive in a way that's smart for you and the level of golfer you are. Not be aggressive professional golfer style, because that's not going to work for you. But you can be aggressive for a 30, 20, 10 or scratch golfer. That's all right. I'm all for it. Actually, we should be aggressive like that. But there's a huge difference between the two. And that's usually why people say that, but it doesn't seem like fun, is because you don't understand that there's aggressive for different levels of golfers. Because I could have you or recommend you just hit a 9-iron off the tee each and every time. That's all right, but I understand. That's not fun. I want to have fun. I want to play aggressively, makes me have more fun. And yes, we want to play aggressively, but we want to do it on our level, right? That comes into the next point. As I said, Chris's favorite expression, aim left, and I love it as well. You're going to understand what we mean by aim left here in just a second. Let's talk about your ball flight. So, playing aggressively, we need to understand our ball flight. And we need to understand that your ball flight is not your miss, it's how you hit it. So, what I mean by that is I see a lot of golfers come to me who, let's say they have a slice. Let's say they have a ball that slices to the right for a right-handed golfer, more or less. Like they're hitting the 7-iron, it goes 140 yards forward and then goes 15 yards to the right. We call that a slice for now, for some reason. That's a slice. And they're doing that 7 out of 10 times when they're trying to show me themselves hitting. So if you're doing something, let's say whatever you're trying to do, you're doing something, you're trying to do it over and over and over again, and you're hitting, and you get the same results 7 out of 10 times, would you define that in anything else as you missing or making a mistake? Or would you consider that to be, this is the way I'm doing it? And those 3 might be the way I would like to do it more often, but right now, these 7 are the way I'm doing it, right? What I mean by that, and especially considering or connecting to a ball flight, is if you're trying to hit 10 7-irons, and you hit 7 of them with this beautiful little fade, or even if it's a slice, it can be beautiful either way. That's up to the eye of the beholder, I guess. But if you got the same ball flight on 7 out of 10 shots, you're scary consistent. I'm hitting 9 out of 10 with a draw. And to be honest, I'm not drawing it on purpose. That's my ball flight. I know that my ball flight goes to the left. That's all there is to it. A miss to me, and this is a great thing we need to understand golfers of all levels. If you're setting up to hit that 7-iron, no matter if it's curves to the right or the left, and you hit a Hosen rocket, if you shank it, that's a miss. That's without a doubt. You can't play with that. But if you're setting up to hit If you're hitting 7 of 10 7-irons with a little bit of a fade or slice, and you're setting up straight to a pin on the right-hand side of the green, and you're hitting your shot, you're starting it straight at the pin, and it curves out to the right and goes in the bunker on the right-hand side, that's not a miss. That's you setting up for a 30% chance to succeed if 3 out of 10 is straight and 7 out of 10 goes to the right. So your ball flight is not your miss. A miss is a completely, you get it, it's a miss. But your ball flight is not a miss. You can't call something you're doing very, very often or very commonly your miss, right? So that's a big important part. Which means that if you have the slice, if you have the fade, that's where the aim left comes from, which is, it's very common that we have a slice or a fade in our golf shot, right? So if I have that and I want to shoot lower scores, what's the best way of hitting more fairways? It's aim left. What's the best way of hitting more greens? Aim left. Because you know the ball is slicing a little bit, you know it's fading a little bit. Just have it aim left and have it work for you, not against you. And come to talk about it. Don't listen to me. I mean, I've only been teaching this for 15 years. I might be wrong, but listen to someone else. This is maybe one of my favorite examples of this in all my life, just because I love Dustin Johnson. And if you haven't seen this, you gotta watch it.
How many times a year do you try and hit draw with the driver?
Never.
Ever?
No. I mean, if there's like a really strong wind off the right and the hole's fairly...
But like last year, can you think of any T-balls that you hit driver on where you drew it?
No. On purpose?
Yeah.
No.
On purpose.
Not on purpose.
That's Dustin Johnson telling you that he never in the last year, well, this was last year, so that's 2022, tried to hit a draw on purpose. He's one of the best players in the world. He doesn't try to work against his natural ball flight. He just hits it the way he hits it and makes that work for him. So if that works for him, that could work for us too. Yeah, you and I probably don't have the same reliability on our ball flight as Dustin Johnson does. I get that. But we can understand that if the best players in the world don't need to hit it two different directions and try to work the ball, as it's so beautifully called, they just hit the stock shot. They hit the reliable shot each and every time. We should be doing the same thing, right? We shouldn't be here trying to hit. If the best players in the world aren't hitting the draw on purpose, why should we stand and practice on the same thing? Like, that's just insane to me. And that's why I love that example. So, taking that into consideration, I think you are consistent. If you've been playing golf for a while, you are pretty consistent. You might not be Dustin Johnson consistent, but you are consistent. But if you look at your consistency as a problem because you don't like or you would like to hit something else, well, then you're not that consistent, because then you're trying to work against what you already got and create something different rather than working with it, right? And that's all fine and dandy. That's all up to you. But you need to realize that if you want consistency, a lot of you watching this are going to be consistent already. You just maybe need some help accepting that you are consistent. You just don't let yourself be consistent. Because I don't like to see the ball go off to the right. Well, if you don't like it, that's a completely different story. That's technique. That's not scoring, right? That's you choosing to be less consistent. Yeah, you might have a 90-degree turn every now and then. Once again, a miss. That might happen. But if you know that your driver tends to slice, let's say 30 yards to the right, aim 30 yards to the left. Oh yeah, there's are going to be times where you're actually aiming 30 yards to the left and hit it straight. That happens. It should probably be on the left-hand side of the fairway or in the rough. That's all right. But it's well worth it to hit those 6, 7 out of 10 that actually hit the fairway, rather than setting up, aiming in the middle down the fairway and hoping that you're going to hit one of those straight ones. That's the hit and hope strategy right there. I hope that this goes far. I hope that this goes straight. Rather than, I know that I can make this ball go to the right. I'm going to aim left, hit it, and make it work for me. Because if you get to that point, you can be as aggressive as you can. That's unlocking your full potential, right? If you can go after a drive and you know, well, if I go after it, it tends to slice more. Well, just aim more to the left. Go after it. Get some distance to it. Get more of that slice and Let's let it work for you rather than against you. So you can be more consistent. You just need to accept the way you're doing it. And of course, there's always boundaries to this, how much you're losing distance and all that. And it goes to the right, it goes to the left. Maybe there's a lot goes into this, and it might be, it depends on so many different things. But just starting to realize that if you were to change your way of looking at things, you're a lot more consistent than you think you are. But if you're looking at everything through the glass of trying to hit the ball dead straight each time, and that's the only thing you can accept, then you're making golf a lot harder than it is. We know that, I believe it's Max Homa, who has a average dispersion with his 7-iron is 20 yards. So if he hits a 7-iron, he can have 20 yards dispersion from the longest to the shortest one. He's a PGA Tour player. He's one of the best players in the world right now. And he has a dispersion of 20 yards in, in depth when he hits the 7-iron. That means that it's all right for you to have some dispersion. I think it's even big. I think it's 25 yards or something like that. When it comes to the width, like from right to left, that's pretty big. And he's a great golfer, not taking anything away from it. That's the way he plays golf, or that's just the way golf is. It doesn't matter if it's him, if it's Tiger, or anyone else. You are going to have, the ball isn't going to be perfect each and every time. And we can work with that rather than against it. And that's what we want to teach with aim left. Now, let's say that we're getting the gist of this. We're starting to realize that, all right, we want to start thinking a little bit. We want to start planning a little bit. But Max, how do we do it? How do I plan my golf game out? And how do I make this plan that you're talking so profoundly about? Well, we start playing golf backwards. So the hit and hope strategy is the exact opposite. The hit and hope is we're starting off the tee. We try to hit the ball as far as possible without any reason why, rather than just trying to hit it far. And then we find it, we'll hit it again and do the same thing. Playing golf backwards is the opposite, right? Because we're standing on the green and we're starting to think our way back through the hole and through the course on what I need to hit to get where I want to go. So let's say we want to hit 2 putts on each green, which is a good depending on your level, it's either a very good stat to chase or it's a very high standard to chase, but it's still a very good idea to start with. Because if you can get down in 2 putts, you're probably going to be off pretty well if you can just get it on the green. So we start on the green, we calculate with 2 putts, and from there we need to think, all right, depending on your handicap, depending on how many shots or strokes you've got that day on that course, depending on the length of the hole and all that, we need to start counting backwards. If I need 2 shots to put the ball in on the green, I need 1 shot to get up on the green, and how many shots do I need then to get from the tee to the point where I get up on the green? So we just go backwards, and try to find what we need to do on each hole to reach our par or our handicap, right? So if you have double strokes on one hole, so you get your par is a 6, not a 4, the minimal part we want to do is make sure you got 2 strokes on the green, or you get 2 shots on the green. We want to make sure that you have enough shots to get on the green to have 2 strokes left. That means 4 to get on the green, and from there get the ball in the hole, right? So if we are doing the math backwards, and we realize we have 6 shots, we have 2 of them on the green, we got 4 to get that distance. Theoretically, if the hole is 300 yards, all you need to do is hit like 80 yards 4 times, and you're up in the green, and you putt twice, and you're on your par. That's one way of doing it. We just need to understand that that is one way of doing it. Because that also means if you got those shots with you, yeah, you might not want to hit the ball 80 yards from the tee just because you can. You might want to hit the ball as aggressively as possible, which is fine as long as it's aggressively while keeping the ball in play. Distance is king if you're keeping the ball on the planet. Chris likes to say it. I like to say it. I love that expression. So maybe you're hitting your 3 wood instead of your driver, because then you can maybe get 160 yards from the tee and you're somewhat safe with that club. Then you save 1 stroke, and if you're 160 yards off the tee, you're 140 yards to the green left, and you got like 5 shots to get in the hole. Well, if you like the 140 yards, of course you're going to get it as close as possible, and maybe from there scoring club up on the green, and all of a sudden you can putt 3 times to get where you want to go. That's a great way of breaking down a golf hole, and you can do that with all 18 holes as soon as you have a plan for the whole course. Now, if you were to put one of those, if you were to choose the driver instead, you put that in the lake that's on the right-hand side, you lose a lot of those shots like that. That's what comes back to me being aggressive, but in the right way. You always have to take care of your, that we talked about, your ball flight, right? If you tend to hit to the right and there's water to the right, maybe it's not the hole to be very aggressive. You can be as aggressive as possible, or as Tiger likes to call it, you can be very aggressive to your spots, but maybe not hit and hope, don't mind anything aggressive, right? And if you do that, if you starting to realize when you need to hit off the tee, and of course we can adapt that depending on what you got and what level you want to play at and all that. We want to keep the ball safe. We want to keep the ball in play, and we want to get those yards down. We want to get closer and closer and closer, because that's what's going to make a difference, right? So keeping the ball in play, getting it aggressively as far forward as possible without risking too much is going to be key if we want to play golf backwards, and we can start to realize that, well, maybe I can hit my 4 hybrid very often, and I still got a chance to either get up on the green in 2 shots, or at least be close to the green in 2 shots, and that's going to be a lot safer of an idea than hitting the driver all over the place. And that's good golf. That's realizing when to hit the drive and when not to, when to go for the green in 2 and when not to. And that's all going to change depending on your handicap, right? So me as a scratch golfer, my plan is going to look a lot different, well, it should look a lot different than someone playing off a 30 handicap. But no matter what your plan looks like, you need to go through and actually play golf backwards. We like to do. We like to go through all 18 holes and think of it as keeping a course guide upside down. You start looking at it from the green back, not from the tee forward, right? And start making your way through the course and start realizing what you need to do. Summary from the hit and hope part. You need to make a plan. That's all there is to it, right? You start doing that right now. When this video is over, sit down, make a plan for how you're going to tackle your home club the next time you're out playing. Because no plan equals you playing hit and hope strategy, rather if you want to or not. You're inviting inconsistent golf. You're inviting a lot of things to go wrong, and you're also missing out on the big part, which is if you're making a plan before you play, and you follow that plan as closely as possible, that's a whole different feeling of accomplishment when you can feel like, wow, I actually did this. I planned it like this. I followed it as much as I possibly could. Of course, there are going to happen things that makes it impossible to follow 100%. But if you decide right now that tomorrow I'm going to hit these clubs and these 18 tee shots, and you actually do that, that's a big win for you. You're going to feel so different. It's hard. It's a lot harder than it sounds like to, when you're out on the course, not give in to that adrenaline and that wanting to do different things, but it's well worth it. So you need to make a plan. You have to let yourself be consistent. Keeping the ball in play and having it work for you is a key to all this. It doesn't mean you're not going to play aggressively. It doesn't mean that you're going to try to hit the ball as far as possible. It just means we're going to do it in a smarter way. And let yourself be consistent by working with your ball flight rather than trying to fight against it. You're a lot more consistent than you think already. And can we unlock that potential? That's going to be a huge part for a lot of golfers out there. And when you make that plan, start planning backwards. Don't hit it off the tee and see if, I might be able to avoid these bunkers. Instead, think about it like walking backwards, right? We're doing the best in the physical course guide. Just paint it up for yourself. See what do I need to get the ball there? Maybe I could hit the driver to get over those bunkers, but maybe I'm putting a lot more in play that I need to, right? I'm trying to hit it over the bunkers. I realized that the best option is actually to hit it short because I still got this shot and that shot to get up on the green. That's going to be very, very helpful for us. And again, doing all these 3 things is something you can start doing right now. And going through them, it's usually easier to do it on your home course first, but you can eventually do it for any course you want to play. If it's your first time, spend the night before, start looking at the course guide, start making a plan if you want to score as well as possible. If you just want to go out, have some fun, don't care about the score, that's all right. You don't need to plan for that. Go out, have some fun, play the hit and hope strategy. I gotta admit, I do that sometimes. I can go out and I know that I'm going to play the kind of golf that I know usually ends up meaning a high score than a lower score, but I want to go out and actually try to play more aggressively just because I think it's fun. But on the first tee, I tell myself that, Max, you're going to play more aggressively. That's all right, but you also know that the chances that this is going to go low are a lot smaller. If it goes low, it usually goes a lot lower, but it's going to have a bigger risk and might have a higher reward, but it tends to be very, let's just say, very... And to summarize it, having a plan is key. If you're playing your home course, and usually this is the best way to start practicing this, is doing it on a home course, just to realize how you can do it because you know the holes, you get a little bit better idea of what you need. But when you're getting used to it, you can do the same thing. If you're playing a completely new course tomorrow, you can stay up the night before, just have a look at the course guide, spend 15-20 minutes figuring out what club you're going to hit off the tee, and that's going to make a huge difference in comparison to going in completely blind, because you've already made a plan and being adaptable through that plan rather than just going up on the tee and guessing what you're going to do through the hit and hope strategy. It's going to be a completely different experience. But we also need to realize that, yeah, of course, this is the best way to shoot lower scores and be more consistent and all that. But if you want to, it's all right to play rounds where you're not trying to do this. When you're just going out to have fun, you want to be as aggressive as possible. You want to hit driver on every hole. You want to chase down every flag and all that. Go for it. Just be aware that choice, I do this all the time. I like doing this, and I mix it up quite often because I like the challenge that gives me, but I also am fully aware that when I'm hitting up from the first tee that, well, I'm choosing path that's going to lead to higher scores, most likely, and through that, I need to be aware of it when I'm playing golf, right? I can't expect to do that and get the same consistency as I would with another kind of golf. And to end it all, I love this quote from Greg Norman. Speaking of aggressive play and all that, aggressive play is a vital asset of the world's greatest golfers. However, it's even more important to the average player. Attack this game in a bold, confident, and determined way, i.e. a plan and an idea what you want to do, and you'll make a giant leap towards realizing your full potential as a player. Greg Norman. I love this because this is what we're actually trying to do with this system. We're trying to make you as aggressive, determined player as possible, but within the framework of the system to make sure that we're doing that in the correct way to help you become more consistent, become more in control of your game through that, shoot lower scores and lower your handicap. I'm looking forward to hearing what this can do for you. I'm in the community. If you need any help, if you need any support, you know you can find me and the rest of the crew in there. I'm looking forward to hearing how this works for you, as I already mentioned. Thank you very much for watching. Let's get to work. Let's start planning our rounds and see what that can do for our game. Hi, Max here. Welcome back to the Shoot Lower Scores Masterclass, where I'm helping you shoot lower scores, get in control of your game, become more consistent, and lower your handicap. And let's just dive right into it. I love today's video. You don't need distance because you really don't need distance. That's all of it. And if you're starting to figure out my way of looking at golf game right now, you're going to be very interested in seeing this one. Because if we're starting to plan our game just as we wanted to do, we also realize that distance is a huge part of the game, but you might not need it. It's all about when you need it and how to use it to your advantage. And we're going to talk a lot more about that right now. So here's what we're going to cover. We're going to talk about the distance myth that I like to call it, which probably a lot of you realize what I'm talking about. But we are speaking a lot about the distance problem in golf lately. And there has been a distance problem in golf for not the average golfer, for the professional golfers. And they seem to be doing something about that. But there is a myth to it, and I'm going to share my thoughts around that and how that affects us as golfers on different levels. We have the meaning of distance in golf, which is very misunderstood, at least in my world. That why is distance important? How is it important? Because distance is not just how far you're hitting the ball, believe it or not. And we tend to just believe just that. We're like, yeah, I want to hit the ball as far as possible all over the place. That's a good thing. And yes, it is. But at the same time, it's not. We're getting to that. We have the efficiency part, which I like to call this part of the game, like being efficient in how you play and being efficient in your distance is going to be a huge factor for golfers of all levels. But we need to understand how that affects our game as well. And we have the distance test where this all ends up, and you are going to get going and start doing and start getting some useful information, some useful data to use whenever you're out on the golf course. So we got a lot to cover. Let's jump into it. As always, if you want the important updates regarding this course, regarding the community, regarding anything else that has to do with the shooting lower scores, maxpearsongolf.com/newsletter. That's where you find me, or that's where you're going to sign up for the newsletter. You're going to find me writing the weekly emails that helps you keep yourself updated. Of course, the social media platforms, YouTube, Instagram, TikTok. That's where you're going to get some exclusive content, a lot more short form content, and see that more as a way to keep being reminded of how to shoot lower scores and maybe get some of the ideas to click all the way through. And of course, you find me at Max Person Golf on those social platforms. Please follow me there. It's gonna be fun. Sure, it's gonna be fun. And as always, please, if you enjoy this, if you can see this helping your golf game, please share the course with other golfers out there, friends, family, whatever it is. I want to help golfers shoot lower scores, improve their handicaps, getting control of their game, and of course being more consistent. And that's why we're doing this. We want to help as many golfers as possible. And as I always say, I'd much rather beat my friends when they're playing well and I'm playing well. I'm just better than they are. And I want the same thing for you. So let your friends know, let your family know. Let's take golf to the next level and improve our games together. Now, warning, this is, without a doubt, this is the most important video in the entire course. Right now, there's no more important video. So watch the entire video. Don't skip. Don't fast forward. Be all here because it's going to be gold for you and your golf game right now. And a pro tip, golf teacher, just listen to this. You can always watch the video in double speed if you want to go through it quicker. But it's so many good things in this one. You're going to thank yourself, and your golf game is definitely going to thank you when we're talking about the distance myth right here. So let's get into it. The distance myth. Why I like to call it that is simply because we are selling both the equipment industry, but also us as golf professionals. We tend to sell distance as a solution to a lot of problems. And distance is nice. Distance is awesome. And I realized that it's easy for me to say you don't have a problem with hitting the ball far, that it's overrated. Because distance is great. It's that simple. Hitting the ball far is great if you can find the ball after you hit it. Like, that's why all of this we're doing right now is we want to make sure that we get the most out of the distance-wise, but still keep the ball in play, right? If you're on the PGA Tour, you're hitting one drive out of bounds, you're losing that ball. You need to hit 17 drives in a row, over 300 yards, to make up for the shot you lose on that one drive. That's how much punishment there is in one bad drive for a PGA Tour player, but that also says a lot about how hurtful it can be to send the ball all over the place. Now, of course, if you can choose to have the ball in play and longer down the fairway, of course we want to see that. But it's not all of it, and it's not going to be the magical results that's going to change everything for you. And we know now that the distance report came out from USGA and RNA that the average golfer doesn't seem to have gained that much distance over the last 20 years. We're still hitting it at about the same distance, and we're going to take a little bit closer look at that going forward. The professional players have gained some distance, but not that much as you might think. But for us, on average, the amateur golfer, we're pretty much hitting at the same distance as we always do. So distance is great. We got to make the most of it, which means that we need to understand when to use it and when not to use it, much rather than always trying to hit it as far as possible. Remember, the hit and hope strategy. Another part of the myth is that you need distance to go low. And if I were to ask you, before I even pull this up, if I were to ask you how far you think I hit my driver, I'm playing off the plus handicap, or scratch golfer on my bad days, the plus handicap, my good days, you'd probably guess that I'm hitting the ball much further than I do. I'm hitting my driver right now, it carries about 250 to 260 yards, which goes to about 235 meters in the air. That's what I count on if there's no wind, nothing like that. It's not crazy far, and it's not bad either. That's just the way, the distance I hit it. But if we look at the average numbers, which these come from the USGA and RNA distance report, we see that the average distance for a 5-0 index handicap golfer on the main side is 239 yards. On the female side, it's 197 yards, which means that A man who wants to play off scratch golf, on average, hits the ball 200, not even 220 meters, 239 yards. A female playing off scratch golf hits the driver, and these are the total numbers. These are not the carry numbers. These are how long the ball flies and rolls out. On average, 197 yards for females, 239 yards for males. Exactly how they come up with that, I don't remember right now, but that's what we got. We don't need to hit the ball a crazy distance. As long as we're playing the right tees, as long as we're playing good golf, we don't need that distance. If you're playing tournament setup courses from the tips, making it all so much more difficult, if you're playing pro golf, well, then you need all of this. Then you need to hit the ball on PGA Tour average or LPGA Tour average. That's without a doubt. But that's a completely different sport, as we already covered. And we're playing courses that we're playing, right? I'm a scratch golfer off usually a course that plays around 600 yards to, or let's say 600 to 640, 6,000 to 6,400 meters. No, let me try again. 6,400 to 6,000 yards, that's the distance on the course where I usually play off scratch golf. That and shorter, I can do it. If we go higher up, like if I'm going to try playing 7,000 yards golf courses, I'm not shooting even close to scratch golf, right? So that's the big part of it as well, but you don't need distance. I've seen players play off scratch golf from the 6,000 yards tees with a driver that rolls out to 190 yards. If you got your game down, the distance isn't that important. Or rather, if you got the distance down in a good way, we can work with it, and we're going to cover what that means in today's video. Now, how much would 30 yards do? A lot of golfers come to me. They want to hit the ball farther. And two things with that. They want to hit the ball farther, but they don't want to lose any control. So if you want to speed train, and if you want to actually hit the ball farther, number one is you got to become confident in that you're going to start spreading it out more. Your dispersion is going to increase because you're trying to hit the ball farther, at least when you're starting to improve or starting to increase your speed. But usually golfers come to me and they, as we already mentioned, the disconnect. They believe that if I hit the ball 30 yards farther, I'm going to go from an 11 handicap to a 5 handicap just like that. And actually, there's an easy way for you to try this. All you need to do, to answer the question, how good a golfer would you be if you could remove add 30 yards to your drives? You move up a tee, or maybe 2 tees. You maybe move up 2 tees, and if you don't have any more tees to move up, just find a somewhat flat space on the fairway or whatever it is, and tee it up from there, about 30 yards shorter on each hole, and see what happens to your score. I like to call this the Tiger Tee Challenge because Tiger Woods was taught playing golf from the green backwards and scoring better from the forward tees before going back. Bryson DeChambeau talks about this a lot. He practices shooting low scores from the front tees just to get used to shooting low scores, right? And we're not trying to shoot 58s like he does, but what we want to do is, number one, realize how much distance means for us. Because I realize that a lot of you who are watching this video right now, if you go out and you play a shorter tee, even with the plan, even with all the things you've already learned, you go out and play a shorter tee, you're most likely not improving your score more than a shot or two. Because there's so much more to golf than just distance. And that's part of the distance myth. If you're going out there and you're playing shorter tees and you're scoring 10 shots better, then you've proven to me that, yeah, you need distance. There's something off here that if you get the ball close enough, you're going to kill it. So we need to give you distance. But if you're going out and try the Tiger Tee Challenge and you're playing a stroke 2, 3 better than your handy or better than your average score from a longer tee, then I wouldn't care about distance at all. Maybe I should play more often from the shorter tees just to get used to scoring, because the trouble is elsewhere. It's not your distance. And you can answer that question simply by playing 9 holes, one tee box up or 2 tee boxes up, make it as short as possible and see what happens. I think you agree with me that you should be shooting lower scores the shorter the course you play, but that actually means that you're also, we talked about it before, technique, equipment, scoring. If your scoring is off, if you can't really get the ball in the hole and have the right plan to shoot lower scores, that's not going to happen even if the course is shorter. I'm telling you right now. So if you're the least bit thinking about if distance is something you need, if it's something you need to improve and spend more time on, do the Tiger T Challenge. It's a big part to understanding your game much better. And through that, we also get into the meaning of distance, right? Because if it was so easy that just playing a shorter golf hole would mean a lower score, well, then we would see completely different scores out there on the regular, especially for us average golfers. And we can also talk about choosing the right tees for us, which we will be covering in a future video. What I mean by the meaning of distance is understanding what the role of the different clubs are in your bag when it comes to distance. Because we have this understanding or idea of distance that I want to hit all my clubs as far as possible when there's really no reason to do so. Different clubs in our bag have different jobs, and those jobs are very different when it comes to distances as well. And this is something we need to understand, because if there's a huge difference in hunting distance with your driver compared to doing it with a 9-iron, right? Of course, hitting a 9-iron instead of hitting an 8-iron because you're hitting the ball further, that's a good thing. But we can't go crazy in all this. So your driver, that's a pretty given one, right? Your driver should be the longest club in your bag. You should be hitting that the furthest. If you're not, you shouldn't be using it at all. Then you should be using something else and maybe learn how to hit the driver better. But that's it, simple. If you can hit your driver at 250 and you start hitting at 260, that's a good thing. That's what we're asking for. That's what we're looking for all the time. Fairwoods and hybrids. I'd argue that you want to maximize the distance with your fairwoods and hybrids as well. A little bit depending. If you're gaming a 9-wood, 7-wood, maybe even a 5 or 6 hybrid, maybe you don't really want to maximize the distance. Maybe you're using those more as a scoring club, getting the ball up to the green with control. Whilst if you're hitting a 5-wood or a 3-wood, you just want to make that ball go, right? You want to hit as far as possible and make it work for you. So here there's a bit of a difference between the two clubs, or rather what kind of clubs we're talking about. However, when we're taking the step from our hybrids and fairwoods into our irons, this completely changes. Distance is no longer about hitting the max distance. You don't want to grab your 7-iron and try to murder it. You want to make sure the distance gives you an average, that your irons give you an average distance and a repeatable distance when you're hitting them. If I'm pulling up my 7-iron out of my bag, I want to know how far does this bad boy carry on average, because that's what's going to decide what club I'm hitting. If my 7-iron, we mentioned Max Homa's dispersion is like 20 yards in depth. 20 yards it's not that much, but he's a professional golfer. If yours is 80 yards, you're going to have a difficult time. If you can get it closer to 20 yards, I'd much rather have those 20 closer to 130 yards in distance than having them 60 or 70 yards dispersion at 160 yards, right? Because if you're holding a 7-iron, an 8-iron, a 9-iron pitching wedge, we want to get the ball close to something. We want to control it. So distance control becomes much more interesting with an iron than it is with a 3-wood or a driver, because the assignment for that club is different. And this is very, very important. This is the same reason why equipment gets so important, because you can choose an iron that is designed to help you get speed, but that ball is never going to... It's going to land with like a 30-degree descent angle and never stop on the green. I want to see that high-flying shot. I want the ball, when it lands, to stop as quick as possible, because that's control with my irons, and that's what we're looking for when it comes to playing golf and shooting lower scores. So irons, completely different than your fairwoods, hybrids, and driver. That's a big part of it. Your wedges, of course, repeatable distances. You want to make sure that there's supposed to be these weapons of accuracy. You want to get the ball up on the green. You want to make sure that if you're having wedge in your hand, you're not thinking about hitting it 120 yards or 105 or 50. You're very comfortable with hitting the distance you're looking for, right? So different clubs means different things when it comes to distances, and that's all right. That's a big part of distance, is that longer is not what we're looking for with each club, because it's also going to make it a lot harder to make our plan. If we know we're hitting our 7-iron from 100 to 180 yards, well, when are you going to use it? And usually, if you're not playing the tour level courses in length, you don't need that much distance. Playing a 7-iron that carries 130 yards, you're more than good enough to play off a scratch handicap on a pretty long course. That's just the way it is. I got my... Efficiency is a word I like to use when talking about distance in golf. For better understanding distance in golf, of course, and better seeing what this would actually look like. Because if we're trying to get the hidden hopers to have a different plan, we also need to realize that efficiency is a big part of this. And let me explain to you why. So, what is the role of a golf shot? Well, a golf shot, if we're standing on the tee, we want to get closer to the hole, right? After one shot, we want to be closer to the hole than before we hit that one shot. That's it. And that's what pretty much goes through the whole thing. If you're getting closer and closer and closer, we're doing something right. And I usually tell my players that if you can shoot some meters up, like if you can get those meters, get closer to the hole, if you can, you might not hit the perfect shot, but you still got 100 yards closer to the hole. That's all right. We still got closer. That means that we made some progress. We took another step closer to our goal, right? So get it close to the hole is a big part of efficiency. That's why hitting a perfect 7-iron and a really crappy 7-iron that just, let's say we hit one perfect, it flies 140 yards, lands and stops, and then you hit one really crappy top one that bounces and rolls throughout the fairway, but it rolls about 130 yards. It's not going to feel the same way. It's definitely going to feel like you missed that shot, and you did. Of course, you just got lucky with how the shot turned out, but that's kind of what I'm saying about being efficient. Like, it still got you closer to the hole. You didn't lose that much distance because you got efficient. You made sure that you got the most of it, even though the shot isn't that good. Which is why there's a difference between that kind of miss and, let's say, a shank that goes straight off to the right, and you lose distance, you lose the ball, you lose everything. And it's also why losing a ball in a water hazard is completely different to hitting a ball out of bounds, because you're losing the distance when you're hitting a ball out of bounds. While if you're hitting into a hazard, you might be able to drop by the edge of it and all that. So getting it closer is a good start. And that might change also your way of looking at your shots. If you just can see that, well, it didn't hit that good. The hybrid barely come off the ground, but it rolled out the 160 yards I was hoping for, so it's all right. Let's get to it and keep going. Sometimes we gotta be more. We're gonna be nicer with ourselves when it comes to hitting golf shots, because it's hard. It's difficult, and it's supposed to be. But if we can get the distance, we can be efficient. It doesn't have to be beautiful to work for us, right? And this is a big part in efficient golf, and that's the average distance. I might be coaching a player on these principles out on the course and have them hit 7-iron off the tee, 7-iron again, 7-iron again, 7-iron again, and putt twice to have their 6 and make their par. And the reason I might be doing that is if their average distance with that club tends to be better than their in any other club in the bag. So if they're hitting a driver, yeah, they might hit it 3 times as far, but they might not find it. So if they're hitting 10 drives and you don't find 5 of them, the average distance is kind of quickly going down, right? But if you tend to hit your 7-iron and you hit that 100 yards like each time, your average distance is kind of obvious. And that's what the average distance is, why it's so important, and why it's something I spend a lot of time on, that if you can see the average distances for yourself, that can definitely help you choose your club. Of course, we never know. You can't hit a really poor shot. If you're trying to play the smarter shot and you, let's say, shank it or miss it or whatever, yeah, that's going to cost you. But that's, once again, that's a miss. That's something completely different. But if you have 10 shots on you and you know that 5 of those are going to go all over the place, we might not even be able to count those meters back home, rather than hitting something that goes shorter, but on average is actually going to go farther because you're going to hit it farther more often. Well, on average. And that's the point of it. If it's in play and you get the distance, that's the distance we're looking for, not if you're hitting it 300 yards into the woods. That's not really helping anyone, right? So efficient golf means that we have a good average with our clubs. So no matter what that number is, we want to make sure that that is as good as possible. And depending on what club that is, we might be using different ideas, different strategies, different plans to make sure that when we're out playing, we're getting the best efficiency, and through that, the best score as often as possible. That's also why knowing your average distance is so important for our golf game. And also, when talking about efficiency and talking about averages, we have a dispersion when we're hitting shots. If you've been in a TrackMan or Foresight or anything like that, and you've seen the screens where you can see, like, if you hit 10 7-irons and you were aiming down that lane, and you can see this is the aim or target line, and you can see where all 10 shots ended up. All golfers have that dispersion. As I told you, Max Homas, and he's a great golfer. The higher handicap, the bigger the dispersion, both in width and in depth, it's going to be different. And that's a part of improving your game. You're going to, the better you get, the smaller the dispersion is going to get, but you're still going to have that dispersion working, being a part of your game. And we need to use that to our advantage, both when it comes to in-depth, or either from the shortest to the longest, and from the one most to the left and most to the right. The shorter we can make that dispersion, the more probable, the more you can tell that by experience where that dispersion is going to end up, the more powerful it's going to be for you to play better golf. So having the dispersion, realizing that's part for the course, that's part of playing golf, and work with it rather than against it, which means that you're actually accepting that there is going to be a dispersion. You're going to use that. We're going to get into that in a future video, how to use that to hit the greens, fairways, and all that more often. That's a big part of playing better golf, and it's a part of your distance. It's a part of the distance myth as well. We're not going to hit all clubs the exact same distance all the time. That's why averages are so much more important than they are what you're hitting every once in a while with your driver or anything else. We don't want to carry something. If I hit it great, we want to carry something all the time, right? We don't want to hit the green if I hit it great. We want to hit it on the green each and every time. And the next part of that comes in efficiency. I've been using I got it right here. This is right here. I'm a scratch golfer. I haven't been using one of these rangefinders for like 10 years. I'm using this. This is one of the Garmin GPS watches, and it's amazing. It's truly amazing. I love using it out on the course because me, on my level, once again, scratch golf, I don't need to have the exact distance to the pin. And why not? Because I don't have the exact distance to hit the golf club I'm trying to hit. I can't hit my 7-iron exactly 149 meters. I can hit it 145 to 155 very confidently, but I can't make sure to decide it's going to fly 149. I don't got that in my game. So I don't need to know that, but if I can tell that from the middle of the green to the back, we got this distance, I can pick what club is going to land in that zone the more often, and through that decide what club to use. That's why I recommend all golfers the same thing. Use a GPS rather than a rangefinder, because we know by now that 80% of our amateur golfers are missing the greens short. That's unexcusable. That's just you not knowing how far you hit your ball. And I understand it, but it's just an unexcusable miss. Because that means that if 80% is short, that means that you're having, well, of those 80%, maybe 20% are because you're mishitting it a little bit. But when it's 80%, you're doing it because you don't know how far your club is going. You're not picking enough club. And rather than putting all the different hazards in play that's in front of the green, we can just hit one club more, two clubs more, hit it on the green or past the green, where it's usually a lot more space to miss, even if you do hit it too far. But 80% short, we need to fix that. We need to make sure that if we're using GPS, we need to aim at the middle to the back distance and try to hit something in between those two. And you're going to hit so many more greens than you think possible. Like it's definitely going to help you so much more than you think it is. We can't be missing 80% of our greens short. It just ruins our game. But if we want to become efficient, we need to use the GPS. Or rather, if we want to be more efficient, we should be using GPS and work with that rather than having that perfect distance that the rangefinder gives us. Unless you have one of those rangefinders that also gives you the GPS coordinates, that might work. I'm open to that. I haven't tried that myself yet, but that sounds cool, at least. Now, all of this comes down to what you should be doing next to help you shoot lower scores, Now, all of this comes down to what you're supposed to do next. And what you need to do next, if you want to shoot lower scores, if you want to become more consistent, if you want to be more in control of your game and reach your dream handicap, this is what you should be doing next. This is without a doubt one of the most important things every golfer should be doing at least a couple of times a year. The distance test, as I like to call it. It all comes down to getting to know how far your ball carries on average with every single club in your bag. There's no more guessing. There's no more, I think this club goes that distance or whatever. That goes out the window right now. Because if you don't know, if you haven't measured how far you're hitting your clubs, you don't know how far you're hitting your clubs. You're basing it all of experience, and I've played a lot of golf through the years, and I know that my experience doesn't tell me a whole lot. Because if I'm playing a round of golf where I got a lot of adrenaline going on, I'm going to hit my clubs further. If I'm playing in the heat, I'm going to hit my clubs further. If I'm playing when it's cold, I'm going to hit my clubs shorter. It all depends on so many different things that I need to have some kind of a baseline to to start from when making my decision on what club to hit. If I don't have that, I'm going at it blind. I'm just guessing that this should be doing it. I'm guessing that, well, I think I hit this club here the last time, instead of knowing that, well, this club is supposed to go this distance and should go this distance on average, which means that this club is the one I should hit. Those are two different types of games. That is one where you can really control your golf, and there's one that, well, we get back to the hit and hope, right? Like, I should be able to get a 7-iron up there. You just saw the stats. 80% of golfers hit the ball short of the green when they're trying to hit it. That's a huge number. So if you don't know right now, if you don't have it printed and have gone through one of these measurements with your clubs in your bag, you are leaving shots out on the course, and you're leaving so many shots out on the course. What it should be doing, we don't care. How long a ball should go, we don't care. We just want to see how far it actually goes and how far it actually carries. And we do that by measuring how far we hit the golf ball. And we measure it through one of the systems, right? We measure it through TrackMan, through Foresight, or FlightScope. We're doing it with one of these top-end systems that we know are reliable. And how do we know they're reliable? Well, the best players in the world are using them for the exact same thing. We should be doing so as well. So you can either rent one, or maybe you can just sign up for some kind of class at your local club, or talk to your local pro who might have one and ask what it would cost you to do this test. This is better than, if you don't know how far you're hitting the ball, actually getting to know how far you hit the ball is better than any lesson you can do. Without a doubt. When you're out on the course, that's what's going to help you probably the most when it comes to your decision making. And through that, it's going to help your technique and all that. And how I do it is I set up with a TrackMan. I have players hit, depending on how much time they have, 5, but preferably 10 shots with each club. So you hit 10 shots, and we want those to be 10 decent shots. It doesn't have to be 10 perfect, but if you're hitting a shank, we're removing that. If you're hitting one really, really fat, really, really thin, we're removing that as well. We need to know what average distances you're hitting when you got somewhat good contact with the golf ball. You don't have to rush through this. We don't want to hit 10 shots in 5 minutes, because that also means that you're gonna get tired. So take your time, hit 10 shots or 5. If you're hitting 10, we're gonna remove the 2 longest. We're gonna remove the 2 shortest. If you're hitting 5, you're gonna remove the 1 longest and the 1 shortest, and we're gonna get an average distance, right? That distance is your average distance with that club, and that's what I would like you to note down. Or if you're going to export the report from doing something like this, you can get it on a PDF file or through email and have that information available. But we need to note what our average carry distances are. With all clubs in our bag, the shots we're trying to hit, how far does the ball carry? When you know that, at least we have a baseline, right? We have something to go off of. So 5 or 10 shots, each club in the bag, get the data out, and use that data to work with. If you know you're hitting your driver on average a carry of 200 yards, if you have a bunker that you need 205 yards to carry it, you know that on average you don't carry that bunker. You know that you might carry that bunker, but you also know on average you won't. And that makes the decision on which club to hit when so much easier, because you have the data to support it, right? And of course, we got to take into consideration the wind, the temperature, all that, maybe adrenaline, as I mentioned before. And that's part of the game. But of course, you need to know where to start before you're adding all these different variables in, because those are going to be very important for you to be able to hit the ball as good as possible, especially considering results. Then we need to know what we're doing out there. So work with the average. Instead of knowing that, well, once I hit my 7-iron 170 yards, it was downhill, I had the wind in my back, and I thinned a little bit. So I'm always going to think that my 7-iron goes to 170 yards, but it actually just averages 140 in the air. Well, that's going to make you miss a lot of greens out there. You're going to be one of those 80%, that's for sure. And that's going to make it a lot harder to make your plan. That's going to make it a lot harder to not be the hit and hope golfer. And it's going to, as I said before, you're going to leave a lot of shots out on the course. It's just that evident. And I would like you to print it out when you got it. Print it out, have one. I have a lot of my players have it in plastic in their bag so they can bring it out. If they're the least bit uncertain, they can bring it out and just read it straight out on the course. Like, all right, my 9-iron is supposed to go on average this distance. This means it's a 9-iron from here. That's great. Because then they have the data and they can work with that and they don't have to guess. And through that, we can decide what to do instead of just guessing or hoping that this club will be enough. There's a completely different feeling to knowing that this club is more than enough or this club is enough than standing over the ball, about to hit a shot, and you hoping that the ball is going to get there because you're not really sure how far the ball flies on average. So do this test. We got in the community, you will find a great little template we got for you to fill in with the test, and also a reminder of how to do the test. And you just fill that in. You keep it on your phone, you print it out, keep it in your bag, and learn those distances. It's a game changer. You can't understand how important this is. And I would like you to repeat this twice or 3 times a year because it might change. Depending on where you play golf in the world, depending on how long your season is, and depending on what you're doing, this can change from 1 month and into 3 months in the future. You're even hitting one club longer, one club shorter. There are plenty of things that can change to make that happen. And we want to make sure that we're on top of things. Because if you start to work with your average carry numbers, pretty soon you're going to realize if that changes. You're going to see a kind of clear pattern that if you're supposed to hit your 9-iron 120 yards and you're all of a sudden hitting 130, you're going to notice and you're going to go like, well, I probably need to make something has changed, whatever it is, and I probably need to make my test again and go through my test again to see how the carried numbers have changed. And of course, we can go through the technical aspects. Maybe we're putting time in the gym, or maybe we're not, and through that, we change the different, carry distances, of course. So this is a huge one. Again, you find the free assets in the community. Just download the files and get to doing it. Because the sooner you do this, the sooner your golf game is going to thank you. I'm telling you that much. And some of you are going to go like, well, Max, I get it. I get the gist of it. But I'm a 32 handicap golfer. I hit all kinds of shots. How would this help me? Yeah, as we mentioned before, your dispersion is going to be bigger the higher the handicap you have. But we still got to have something to work with, right? So maybe if you're a high handicap golfer going through this, you might just do the 5 shots, measure the 5 good ones, and still play as when we're out on the course. We got to play like we're expecting to hit the good shots, or rather, we're expecting to hit the average shots. Because if you're doing the averages, you might hit a 7-iron that goes flying 140 carry, but your average is 120. That just might happen, and that's also why we're repeating this a few times during the year. If the 140 tends to be more common with the more you play or anything like that, but it's still a very, very important part. Summarizing all this, number 1, you want to shoot lower scores. You want to make use of the plan you're making. You need to know how far you're carrying your clubs on average, or rather how far you hit your clubs on average carry distance, all right? Without that, planning, going through it, you're leaving shots out on the course. It's going to be hard to plan, and it's going to be hard to know what's going to happen. And of course, even though you know your average, you're going to hit it shorter than that. You're going to hit it longer than that. That's a part of the game. But there's, as I already mentioned, there's so much more to it, standing over a ball, knowing that the club you're holding in your hands is the right one, at least on average in the data. It's very, very clear, rather than hoping that it gets there. And also, you don't need distance, as the name of the video. You don't need distance. It sure is nice to have, but you don't need it. You don't need to hit as far as possible all the time. You need to understand how to work with distance. You need to have it work for you, no matter what level you're at. And that comes down to a lot of the planning. If you know your numbers, it's going to be able to work with the distance you've got to plan for you to tackle that golf course in the best way possible. That's it. That's usually good golf. And number 3, I would like you to try the Tiger Tee Challenge. I'm going to make sure that we post the rules for the Tiger Tee Challenge and also a scoreboard for that on the community, because I love this idea to have golfers try the Tiger Tee Challenge, which means playing the shorter tees and see what happens to the score, because that's going to prove the point to yourself, but also to everyone else that, well, I play the course 30 yards shorter on each hole, and this is what happened to my game. We want to know that, because that's going to tell you so much more about your game than you might think possible, because a lot of golfers tend to think that's going to be so much easier, but that's not really sure, is it? So try the Tiger Tee Challenge at least once. I love using it both when I practice myself, but also teaching players of all levels, because we are very stuck in our ways. We tend to play the same tees all over again, because that's the way you're supposed to play. I'm saying the opposite. Play different tees. Learn from it, because you can learn so much more from changing up the tees than you are from just playing the same tee over and over again. Not just by distance, but it's going to change your planning. It's going to change the way you play. It's going to change everything. And if you know your carry distances, and you realize you don't need distance, as long as you get a good plan working with your carry distances, it's going to be fun to see what you can do from a shorter tee and also a longer tee once you want to try that. That's the distance myth. That's the part where you don't need distance. And to end it all, remember, every shot counts. The 3-foot putt is as important as the 300-yard drive, said by Henry Cotton. I couldn't have said it better myself. That's a big part of it, right? You miss putt like this, that counts as well as a 300-yard drive. That's a part of the game. So distance is important. It can work for us. It can work against us. Knowing your distances is the biggest part of all of it. And right now, I would like to recommend you find that you can download the file under here as well. Go into the community, download the distance test file. Start getting onto that, because that's going to help you. The sooner you're done that, the sooner your game is going to improve. I promise you that much. All right, let's get to work. Let's start doing some changes, and let's get those results. Let us talk scoring clubs. This is the next video in Shoot Lower Scores, the course where I teach you how to shoot lower scores, become more in control of your game, become a more consistent golfer, and help you reach a lower handicap. And the scoring clubs are a big part of that. That's what we're going to take a deep dive in right now, and we're starting right off the bat, and here's what we're going to cover. Number 1, what is a scoring club? What are we talking about when I'm saying scoring club, and why am I not calling it something else? That's a big mindset shift for a lot of golfers, and you're going to understand just why in a little bit. We're going to talk about the concept of getting it on the green, and get it on the green. I think you can guess by now, it's a water player reference, and it's a powerful one. It's get the ball on the green, and the simple assignment that gives us as a golfer, rather than having anything else in mind. It's a very powerful statement, and something very powerful when we can live by it as well. We have the Master 1, which comes down to scoring the clubs as well. This is an important part, because we are making golf so much harder than it needs to be. I think you've already figured that out. I'm a big believer that we can make golf a lot easier, which is going to making golf a lot easier when it comes to the decisions we make. It's going to make it a lot easier to score more frequently or more consistently, and through that help us get the goal we want. So we're going to talk a lot about the Master 1 part. And of course, you got the Scoring Clubs Masterclass. We're going to introduce you to that, and you're going to find that in our free community. Maybe you already watched it, and maybe you're already a bit into that. If you have that, awesome. If you haven't already checked it out, you should be doing so, and we're going to be talking more about that. But before we get going, let's do some house cleaning first. maxpersongolf.com/newsletter. Important updates regarding the course, important updates regarding everything that happens in the community, in the course itself, everything you need to know to keep shooting lower scores, to keep using the program, to keep helping you work through your game, this is the best place to sign up. You can do that right now and come back to the course, or you do that when you're done if you haven't already done so. You find me on YouTube, Instagram, TikTok. You get the more exclusive, more short form content there, right? So as I usually say, it's part of a reminder to help you better understand what you might be doing, and just remind yourself that, all right, well, I watched this video and Max covers this again in his Instagram post today. I need to take a closer look at that. Maybe go back and learn something. I don't know. We're there. We're going to help you. We want to do the best for you all over the place. And you find us as Max Person Golf on all three platforms. And of course, as always, if you enjoy the course, if you find it helpful and you want to help golfers around you, which I hope you will. Once again, I'd much rather beat someone with me playing better than them while they are also playing good than beat someone when they're not playing as well, right? So share it with friends, share it with family, share it on the club you're playing. Let them know about this kind of way of playing golf. Let them know about the Shoot Lower Score Masterclass to help them shoot their lower scores, be more consistent, be more in control of their game, and lower their handicaps. We're going to try to do our very best to let's take golf to the next level and improve our games together. Because I know there's a lot of potential out there that we're not seeing just yet, and you can help me reach more golfers out there, and through that, help us all become better. So, warning, as always, this is the most important video in the entire course right now. Be here, be focused, go through it, watch the entire video, don't skip, don't fast forward. It's important. If you're picking this up, if you're learning more about your scoring clubs, this is definitely going to help you reach your goals. And as always, pro tip from me as a golf coach, watch the video in double speed if you want to save some time. I usually do that, and it's very, very powerful, but still watch the entire thing. So let's get going. What is a scoring club? And maybe more so, why are we calling it a scoring club and not calling it wedges or anything else? Well, there's quite an obvious reason for that, right? Because a scoring club to us is the club that you're using to score. That's it. It doesn't really matter if it's your sand wedge, your lob wedge, your pitching wedge, or whatever other club it might be. We're just using that club to score as good as possible. That's what we're doing. That's what we're trying to achieve. And we are messing up golf by using all these different terms, right? If we're just going through like Vokey's range of wedges, you can have 46 degree, you can have 48, 40, 50, you can have 52, 54, 56, 58, 60, 62, 64. And you can also grab all of those and you can start bending them and changing the lie, changing the loft, changing the bounce. And we can talk balance, we can talk all of that. And as we already mentioned, equipment is important, right? But the equipment in part is whatever you want to call it. It's important that it fills its purpose, that it does what it's supposed to do. Otherwise, it shouldn't be in the bag. And when it comes to the scoring clubs, actually, that's a way of explaining the purpose of the clubs rather than fixating so much on the number that's on it or whatever it might be. And for us, this might be the most important clubs, because if we're getting down with the scoring clubs, if we're getting comfortable with those shots, you're going to see a huge improvement in your golf game, because I've seen so many golfers fighting with these, and they're pretty much the scoring clubs are what's going to make it or break it a little bit. If you're in a scoring zone, or if you're in the scoring club distance to the green, that is what's either going to give you an opportunity to score well, it's going to mess up that opportunity, take it away from you. And that's very important, to get the opportunity rather than not mess it up. I think a lot of you watching this, you have been in a situation where you're trying to get the ball on the green from like 30 yards and it takes you 3 shots. So you got to the green in 1 shot, or almost on the green, and it takes you 3 shots to go 30 yards. That's a kind of a score killer, wouldn't you agree? So maybe the most important club, we might be arguing that the putter is even more important, but this is a good start. And when you take the planning into consideration that we've already been through, when you take your distance into consideration that we've already been through, applying the scoring clubs to that planning is a big part of making it work for you. If you're worried about what's going to happen when you're putting up a wedge from the bag, that's gonna harm your chances of playing a good golf, right? And the scoring clubs, and why we like to call them scoring clubs, and there's a huge difference between a scoring club and the clubs that are more reliable for either hitting the ball off the tee or getting the ball forward, transport clubs that we like to call them. Well, they mean precision over distance. So if you're pulling up a pitching wedge from your bag, once again, we're not looking to hit that pitching wedge as far as possible. We're looking to hit it as close as possible and as repeatable as possible. And there is a difference to that, right? Control or precision. As Bob Woke likes to call it, he calls them the touchy-feely shots around the green. I love that. The touchy-feely shots are the shots we need to become better at, and we're going to lose some of that power. So distance, not so much with our scoring clubs. Precision, very much so. And we're going to cover that, especially in the masterclass. We're going to show that some love. And we got the scoring zone that I like to call it. So when we're getting close enough to the green, we're starting to get into our scoring zone. And this is where a lot of our game kind of decides what's going to happen. Are we going to shoot a low score or are we going to shoot a high score? Because whenever we're inside, let's say 50 yards from the green, if we can get the ball up in the green in one shot and in the hole in 2 shots, that's 3 shots in total, we're at like a scratch golfer average. And that's, I think you could agree with me, that's being on the scratch golf average, that's a high or big ask. But at the same time, it doesn't sound that impossible to go through, right? Just hear me out here. Just having that idea that if I'm going into the scoring zone and start using my scoring clubs, we can start earning a lot of shots if we become comfortable using them. But if we're not, once again, it's going to take away pretty much all the opportunity we got on the course. So getting the aspect that we're going to go more into the scoring zone in later videos, but just realizing that around the greens, we have an edge somewhere. We got a barrier somewhere. If you're outside of that and you're hitting a full shot, let's say you're hitting a full pitching wedge, that goes 100 yards. Well, if you're at 100 yards, you're outside the scoring zone because you're hitting full shots. When you're inside the scoring zone is when you're starting to hit not full swings, not full shots. We're starting to see more precision rather than distance and power. We're seeing more control and more precision. That's where the line is drawn, right? So the line between the scoring zone and not the scoring zone is usually the full swing. And getting it inside the scoring zone is one thing you can use when you're planning your golf game. I'm a little bit ahead here. You're going to learn this more in the premium version, but pretty much what we're doing, we're breaking down how you're planning your golf hole is how do I get it inside the scoring zone and where is the scoring zone for my level of golf? And when you get it there, you can better understand how scoring clubs are going to help you. So breaking it down to understanding where the scoring zone is and how to use the scoring clubs in that area or in that zone is going to be a game changer for your game. And no matter what level you're playing at today. And that scoring zone is, of course, going to be different for different levels of golfers. Now, I love this stat. This is from Lou Stagner. If you're not following Lou on either his newsletter or his X account or Twitter account, because I think that's where he's most active. Yes, it is. He's breaking down a lot of data from Arcus, and that's where we get a lot of our information. It's his breakdowns and other people's breakdowns of the data we actually have. And he recently released this statistic, which I love. Because I meet a lot of golfers who say to me when they're out playing, they might be 2 handicapped, they might be 10, they might be 20, and they're telling me they're laying up on a par 4 or par 5. If they're 200 yards from the green, they know they can reach it, but they want the best chance possible. They're hitting from 200 yards, they're just hitting a 100-yard shot to have a full shot or have that club that they like, which is maybe 100 yards in this example, to the green in the next shot. But the stats doesn't really approve that message. The stats tell you you're lying to yourself. Your self-deception is high on that kind of playing golf or that way of playing golf. And I know I've been teaching that. I know a lot of other coaches are teaching the same thing, that you should be laying up on your favorite distances. And that's simply not true. We know by now, but by the stats are showing us, that 4% of golfers are better from 100 yards than they are from 40 yards. That's 4%. And I like the way he put it. He put it like this. If 96% are better from like 40 yards than 100 yards, no matter what level you're at, that probably means that if you're in the 4% percentile who's better from 100 yards, the simple reason why you're better from 100 yards is just because you either have the jips, so you can't really hit the short shot, or you have so bad technique, which our masterclass is going to fix, that you're not hitting the green from that distance. But if you're you got somewhat of control in your scoring clubs, your 40 yards is going to be much simpler, because how do we measure this? We measure it by how close you get to the pin on your shot from either 100 yards or 40 yards. And of course, there are times where you're going to mess up. You're going to mess up both of them. But remember that 4% of golfers are better from 100 yards than 40. So we want to be the golfers who put it at 40 yards or even closer, and through that work with our scoring clubs to take advantage of that situation. Get it on the green. If you like me, love golf sidekick or what a player, you've heard this expression before. And we've borrowed this from him because it's so powerful, it's so obvious, and it's so straight to the point that we can use this so much, and that pretty much every golfer should be doing it. Get it on the green. And it, in this case, being the golf ball, right? It's all about getting the ball on the green. Number one, when it comes to getting it on the green and understanding this philosophy when it comes to your scoring clubs in your short game, is kill the perfectionist. We've all been there. All of you might already be there, or might still be there, that we're trying to hit that perfect shot. Like as Robbie Williams likes to call it, we put the flag down in the hole to give us hope, and we see that flag, no matter if it's tucked behind a bunker, behind a water hazard, or something like that, we're trying to go straight for the flag and nothing else matters. We hit to that impossible pin and we fail as a result, because to get it close, you need to hit it within like 1 square yard. And we're mad as hell because we haven't been able to successfully hit that shot when we are actually choosing a shot with a very low chance to succeed. And then we're evil enough to ourselves that we actually react negatively on that decision. So we need to kill the perfectionist. Us as golfers, if we're not playing professionally, there is no perfect way to play golf. There is no perfect way to get it close. Well, actually, there is. I'm sorry, I take that back. There is a perfect way for your level, which is get it on the green. The non-perfect way is chasing the pin. When I'm hearing a 10 handicap or a 20 handicap, a 30 handicap, setting up for a pitch shot over a bunker, thinking about how to get it close to the flag, I know that they're losing strokes in a round, because they're going to do that each and every time, or at least almost each and every time, and they're always choosing the usually one of the most important, the most difficult shots out there, right? And then they don't realize why the score doesn't improve. They're not really playing the numbers, as the pros like to call it, like playing the high chance number. They're rather doing the opposite. They're playing against the odds rather than with the odds on your side. And that's going to mess up your score. But then we come back to what we already covered a few times when it comes to other questions in this. But Max, I want to hit that high flop shot to that pin. That's what's fun for me. I don't want to hit the bump and run 10 meters to the right of the pin. I want to hit this cool shot that I've seen Phil Mickelson hit twice in a tournament round or something like that. And I get it. I get the adrenaline part and just wanting to do the cool thing. I'm totally with you. I'm there all the time. I'm doing it myself whenever I want to. But we need to realize, as always, if you do that, you're also leaving good golf behind. You're trying to play something else. You're trying to play the most fun shots, which might be different to the best and smartest shots when it comes to shooting lower scores. Those are not married to one another. The most fun shots usually tends to mean that you're not scoring as well as you could be. So there's a difference there. But if you're all right with making the decision that you're going to leave shots out on the course because you're trying to have more fun, I'm all for it. But if you're not, if you want to shoot good or want to play good golf, remember, good golf is boring. Once again, getting it on the green is more than enough for a lot of golfers out there, rather than having to chase down the pin. And even if you're messed up on your way there, messing up even more is going to mess. You see that the negative spiral going down. If you had to ship out from the woods and you want to earn back that shot, well, let's earn back that shot through playing smart over the coming holes rather than earning it back just in one shot. That's just gonna mess with you and your score. The scoring clubs have one job: get on the green. Yeah. So we call them the scoring club or the scoring clubs because we're gonna have to use two. We're gonna get to that, but no matter what, if you're using these shots, these clubs, in the situation, which it means inside the scoring zone, if you're on the green with your next shot, that's mission accomplished. We should be happy. We want to get the ball on the green as soon as possible to help you pull up your putter as soon as possible. Because no matter how much you suck at putting, and you might be a really, really bad putter, you're still not going to mess it up as bad as you will from 40 yards, 60 yards, 100 yards. That's just not going to happen. You might miss a few short putts. You might misread a putt. You might hit it too hard, too short. That's all right. But it's usually not going to give you a lot of penalty strokes. It's not going to give you, you're not going to stand in the same place hitting the same putt 3 times in a row. You're going to get progress on the green. And that's why getting it on the green to make sure that we can start making some progress, that's really where it all comes down to. And I like this one. Learn it, preach it, live it. It's that powerful. I still use it to this day. I'm playing off a scratch golf. If I'm going out there trying to shoot my best score possible, I have two quotes I'm living by, or 2 ideas, let's call them ideas. I'm following all the way through. I'm doing the Annika Sorenstam quote, which is fairways and greens, fairways and greens. And those of you who didn't know, Annika Sorenstam used to have that written in her hat, so in the brim of her hat on the inside. She could take it off and read fairways and greens, fairways and greens. And what she meant by that, what that meant for her, is just underlying the fact that if you're hitting fairways and you're hitting greens, you're probably going to play all right. And if you haven't checked that out already, Annika Sorenstam has some of the most insane stats when it comes to not missing cuts and placing top 10 in different tournaments. And I believe a big part of that, fairways and greens. And if we're not talking about fairways right now, just getting it on the green, making sure that your putter can do the work, that's going to mean that you have a lot of opportunity. So learn it, preach it, live it. Get it on the green. It's that powerful. Because I know if I'm going out there, I'm hitting the fairway, or even if I'm missing the fairway, if I have a shot to get it somewhere on the green, let's say I can get a tree in my line, so I know that I could try to go over or under the tree and I might get to the flag, or I can aim 15 yards, 20 yards to the right of the pin on the green and hit just a standard shot that gets me on the green. I'm always choosing that because I know that I can hit that shot. I can get that 80-yard shot right of the tree, right of the pin, very much right of the pin, but I'm going to be putting on my next shot. That's much more valuable. That's worth so much more to me than actually trying to get it up to the flag, which means that I might do it. It might be a cool shot. I might pull it off, but if I don't, that's going to be a bogey or a double just staring me down straight away. So get it on the green, learn it, preach it, live it. It's that powerful. And I love this example. Once again, Lou Stagner, follow him on X. Go sign up for his newsletter, all that. Let's see if we can move this. There we go. So Lou Stagner brought up an example. I love this one. From the PGA Tour stats. So the PGA Tour, through shot length, they measure pretty much every shot that's going on, where the shot came from, where it ended up, what the result was, all of that. So we have a PGA Tour average that shows us that from 14 yards from the hole in the rough, no longer than 3 inches, the PGA Tour players get the ball closer than 3.5 feet, less than 50% of the time. And what I should probably add there, I realize right now, is that this is shipping. So they are just off the green. They got 14 yards to the pin. They're in rough no longer than 3 inches. So we're not talking like this. 3 inches is still a bit, but nothing major like that. 3 inches, and the average in the PGA Tour, which is some of the best players in the world, they're not getting closer than 3.5 feet more than 50% of the time. I think it's like 55% of the time they're outside 3.5 feet, and 45% they're inside 3.5 feet. And once again, outside 3.5 feet doesn't mean 3.6, right? It could be 10 feet, it could be 15 feet. That's a huge difference. I like to show this simply because it makes us realize that shipping and getting it on the green is pretty hard. Like chasing down that flag might be I get why we want to do it, but if we want to score well, get it on the green, start putting, and start using that to our advantage. Master 1. What we mean by Master 1 is the fact that you might be having 4 wedges in your bag. You might have even more than that, or you might have less than that. And if I told you that the regular tour player usually hits about 80 to 90% of their shots around the green with the same wedge, would that change your mind on how you look at your wedges? I hope it would, because I find that very powerful, a very important message. Like, if the best players in the world use and work with one wedge as much as possible to be confident and to be, know what they're doing with that club, we should probably be doing the same thing. The Master 1 means that if I'm spending a lot of time with my, let's say, 60-degree wedge or my lob wedge, well, I'm going to be more comfortable with it out on the course. If I'm spending some time with my lob wedge, some time with my sand wedge, some time with my gap wedge, some time with my pitching wedge, I'm going to be somewhat good with all four, but I don't want to be somewhat good. I want to be really good. I want to be a master of one. So what we would like players to do is to pick one. Pick one for your chipping, pick one for your pitching bunker shots or pitching slash wedges, bunker shots and flop shots, right? So one club to just bump and run it, roll it out, and one club to hit the higher shots, the maybe longer shots over the bunker, from the bunker, or the flop shot that we're going to be coming to in a little while. So if 80% of professionals use one wedge, why should we do different, right? There's pretty much no reason to it. But once again, they carry different wedges, hit different distances. That's the main reason why you see a lot of wedges in their bag. But other than that, there's not much to it, right? They're around the greens. They're not going, well, am I going to use my 56 or my 60? They have one that they go to very, very, very often. And usually, I'd like to say that this is true. I do believe this is true. I don't have, this is a guess, but based on a lot of experience. It tends to be the one with the most loft because that's where they have an easier time control and spin and all that. We don't need to use spin. We don't have to control that. But no matter what club it is, it all depends on what level we're at, right? So if I'm trying to get it on the green and I need to get it over a bunker, you don't have to have the most lofted club in your bag because it's all right if you have a short-sided pin over the bunker and you roll 8 meters past or 8 yards past, that's all right. It's on the green, right? That's all that matters. It's much rather do that than hitting it fat or getting it in the bunker or hitting it thin and sending it all over the green, maybe into the hazard on the other side. So it all depends on what level, but no matter what, let's master one for each kind of shot, and that's going to help us a lot. So the full swing and the scoring club are very different. So you can still hit a full swing with your scoring clubs, but then it's just a full swing, right? And you can still hit a scoring club shot or a short game shot with your scoring club, and that's when it's a scoring club. So we're not using it only for this, but we need to make sure that there's a difference between the two. If we're setting up, we're going to go through this a lot in the masterclass for the scoring clubs. There's a lot of difference to find just in the way we set up for the shot. If nothing else, make sure that you set up different when you're trying to hit a bump and run with your 9-iron versus when you're trying to hit a full shot with your 9-iron. Those shouldn't be the same setups because you're trying to do completely different things. And actually, scoring clubs are fun. I do believe that there are one of the most missed opportunities for golfers to have fun on the course and when practicing is when they don't learn how to start mastering one of their short game clubs. Because if the scoring clubs get better and you can start messing about when you're practicing or when you're out on the course, when you're starting to improve and enlarge that toolbox that you have, so you got more choices, you got more ideas of how to get that ball closer to the hole or how to hit the shot in the different situations we're in, that's so much more fun than just having the stock shot. The stock shot and the main shot, we got to make sure we can do that all day, all night. And if I wake you up in the middle of the night, you should still be able to hit a decent bump and run. That's going to save our asses so many times out there. But the more comfortable you get with that, the more we can start evolving and saying, well, if I can do this, what happens if I do that or this? And from there, your toolbox grows and you're going to be an unstoppable golfer because all of a sudden you become much more confident around the greens because you know what you have and are able to do when doing it well. And that's going to be powerful, but it unlocks your full potential, but it's also a lot of fun. And we like to have fun, right? We want to shoot lower scores, we want to get control of our game. We want to be more consistent and lower our handicaps, but we want to do that while having fun because this is maybe not a job for all of us. So we have the Scoring Clubs Masterclass. You'll find that in our community. That's where I'm going through more of the technique in a very, very basic level to make sure that we know how to use the clubs, right? Because there's the first part is deciding what club are you using when you're going to hit the different types of shot. What are your scoring clubs? But we also need to improve how to hit the shots to help you get the ball on the green. And finding a good way to hit those kinds of shots to master it is going to help you so much more than you think is possible. So we got the ship and run, right? Simply put, we're gonna teach you that. And the ship and run keeps the ball close to the ground. when the ball is close to the ground, as little as possible is going to happen. We like that. We're going to make it as easy as possible to not mess anything up. That's more important than hitting the perfect shot, is making sure that we don't mess up, which is why the ship and run should be used as much as humanly possible if we want to shoot lower scores and keep going down in handicap. Because even if you thin a ship a little bit, it tends to be all right. Even if you duff a ship a little bit, hit a little bit of fat, it tends to be maybe not all right, but good enough. And we like that. If you're hitting a wedge and you're duffing it, that's not going to be all right. If you hit a wedge and you're thinning it, you know it's going to go 300 yards past the hole, because that's just what tends to happen. So we got 4 different shots, and the ship and run should be the one you're using the absolute most. The rest of it is just for show. Get it close, or keep it close to the ground to get it close. Like, you'd be surprised at how low a level you can play with just ship and runs through a 9-iron. You can hit these from 20, 30, 40 yards out if you become comfortable hitting them. And once again, getting it on the green. You're not painting any pictures in the scorecard, as we've already been through. Just get it on the green. I don't care if you're rolling it the last 20 yards. If you're hitting the green and the players you're playing against does not, you have an advantage. Every golfer in the world wants to hit the green when they're 40 yards out. And yeah, you can do that in different ways, and you should be doing the way you feel most comfortable with and the way that gives you the most opportunity to do so. And this is, for the most golfers, that opportunity. We have the pitch shot / wedge shot. An important shot. Every golfer needs this too. Every golfer needs to be able to hit that higher shot over something, or maybe from more of a distance. So if you're 50 yards out, maybe rolling the ball all the way isn't an option because of how the fairway looks, or if you might have something in between. We need to be able to fly the ball. And we need to make that as simple as possible. But this also comes down to, we're going to go through that in the Masterclass as well. If you're hitting a pitch shot and you don't really like the pitch shot right now and you're working on it, instead of, once again, kill the perfectionist. Instead of aiming straight at the flag, putting everything in play, why not aim in the middle of the green, even if it's 30 yards out? You're trying to hit over a bunker. You need to get over the bunker, but you want to be more comfortable. Give yourself as much space as possible. Give yourself the opportunity to focus more on how to hit the shot, going through and making sure that you hit a good pitch shot technically to get the ball on the green. Don't chase down the hard pins. That's never going to boost your confidence. It's definitely not going to boost your score unless you're lucky enough to get it close every once in a while. So we're going to go through the pitch or wedge shots, and we can hit those short. We can hit them longer. We're going to go through both of them and how you work with it. But most importantly, the main way of hitting the shot, or at least the way I teach it, just to make it as easy, simple as humanly possible. We have the flop shot. Believe it or not, this is, I teach this shot in the Masterclass for 2 main reasons. Number 1 is skill. Once again, if you can improve your toolbox, if you can improve how you're hitting these shots, that's going to help you with all the shots around the greens. If you know you can hit a flop shot, it's a lot easier to hit the bump and run because you know that I got confidence in this shot, and that's a lot harder than the ship and run, right? So we're going to show the flop shot some love, and there's also a big carryover from the flop shot to the bunker shot, which is an important part as well. And we have emergencies where we might have to use it. It might be the only option, and we want to have that tool in our bag. Should you prioritize it? Probably not. Maybe we should give it some time. Maybe we should try to give more time to the ship and run and to the wedge shot rather than the flop shot. But it's good to know that you can hit it, and it's a great fun shot to hit when the opportunity arises and you actually could be using it. Or if you're just going out to play for fun and use it all the time. That happens to me. That's all right. Just know that might not be the way to shoot lower scores. And of course, I've talked about it before. We got bunker shots. We got the shots out of the bunker. We're going to cover that as well. And we're also going to a little bit touch on the fact that I usually, I say that bunker shots have 3 levels. And if you can get to level 1 golf in the bunker, means that you're going to be a better bunker player than like 95% of golfers all around the world. And level 1 simply means, and this is a big part if you want to shoot lower scores, it simply means that you're getting the ball out of the bunker in 1 shot. If you can do that 9 out of 10 times, unless it's a very special, like you get a bad lie in the bunker, you're golden. You're better than 95% of golfers. Because most golfers, they hate hitting shots out of the bunker. because they don't know how to do it and they never practiced it, and they're playing with way too high of a standard, and they want to hit it close each time instead of just focusing on the same thing. Get it on the green, which is, by the way, level 2. Much rather focus on hitting a good bunker shot, getting it out of the bunker. That's good enough. If you're hating something, we're going to get it out of that as soon as possible, because that's what's going to make sure that we're not messing with our score more than we have to, right? So we're going to learn the bunker shot. We're going to learn the level 1 bunker shot and level 1 golf out of the bunker. So you find the Scoring Clubs Masterclass for free in our community. Go study it. Go learn some of it. You don't have to learn all of it, but I would recommend you doing so. Get that down, because this is where we can start working on our game, right? This is technical aspects when it comes to performance that is very important. But I want to get you to a place where we're going to make it as simple as possible. We're going to be as comfortable as possible just getting it on the green. You recognize the part of that. What we're not going to cover in the Scoring Club Masterclass is the putter. But I just want to leave it here as a reminder that the Texas wedge, putting outside of the green, is always your friend. There is no shame. There's nothing to care about if you're hitting a putter from 10 meters or 10 yards out on the fairway. If you feel like that is the best shot for you, you should be doing so. I like to call it the 10-shot rule, which means that whatever situation you're in on the golf course, let's say you're 10 yards from the green's edge on the fairway, and the fairway is nice and clean. There are no bumps, there is no missing grass, there is no ground under repair or anything like that. It's just a nice flat fairway going all the way to the green. If you had 10 shots with a chip and run, with a pitch shot, with a flop shot, with your putter, or whatever else club you want to use, which one of those would get you, out of those 10, the best average result? That's my 10-shot rule. If you can use that and apply that, and you realize, well, out of 10 tries, the putter would get me the best average result, you should be hitting the putter if you want to score as well as possible, right? If it's not, then don't hit it. That's all up to you. That's all up to the different level we're playing at. And if you can ask yourself that question together with your scoring clubs, that's going to be such a powerful, once again, the toolbox we got, together with going through that toolbox for each and every shot, which means that you're asking yourself the question of the 10 shots. Well, that's going to make it so much easier for you to choose what club you want to hit and make the better decision all the time. And it is also going to be a lot easier to meet the potential feedback you're getting from your playing partners, because there is a lot of this stupid, well, why are you hitting that? Why are you not chipping? And usually what I realize is that I'm not chipping because I can't get that as close as my putter is, by some reason or by some definition, not a good enough answer. When to me, it's the best and only answer that matters. Like, I'm hitting this shot just as I'm hitting every shot on the course because this is going to give me the best chance of success. That should be why we're hitting the shot, right? So the putter, use it as much as you can. If you want to use it as much as you can. If you're more comfortable hitting the putter, I'm still doing it. I'm hitting the putter in every opportunity I get. If I see that the lay of the land, if the course if I got the opportunity, I'm hitting the putter because that messes up as little as possible. We're going to get it on the green. We're going to get it close, and that's going to help us. We're going to talk putting in the next video. So, a summary of the scoring clubs. Number 1, you need 2. So the reason I'm saying scoring clubs is that we need to have 1 for the pitch/wedge shots, flop shot, and bunker shots. I like to use the most lofted one. It doesn't have to be. It could be your gap wedges. It could be your sand wedge, your lob wedge, or whatever. If you've got numbers on it, it's 60-degree, whatever it is. And you need 1 for the chip and runs. I love using my 9-iron. I use that like all the time. If it's your 8 or if it's your 7, that's up to you. But you need to decide which 2 you're going to be working with to help you be a master of 1. Well, 1 for chipping and 1 for the other shots, and start working with them. Start being very consistent in when you're actually working on your short game. You are working with one of these 2 clubs. Don't work on 4 or 5. Become very consistent with 2, 1 for chipping and 1 for the wedges, and you're going to be golden. You're going to improve so much faster than if you're all over the place practicing. Remember, scoring clubs equals get it on the green. Get the putter working as soon as possible. That's pretty much all that scoring clubs are there for. And we can actually call, I realize now, the putter is scoring club as well, which we probably should be doing because that's a very good option. But we want to make sure to get the ball on the green, Start working with our putter, because our putter is going to be the safest option all the time. After the next video, you're also going to be a great putter in a very short amount of time. And when you start doing that, you're starting to realize even more the opportunity that pulling the putter out of your bag actually becomes. And that is very, very powerful. And number 3, go do it. If you haven't watched it already, watch the masterclass, learn how to use the different clubs. I'm trying to make it as simple as possible. Of course, we can talk technique for the short game shots all day, every day. We can do that, and we can do that in the community if you want to. Just go in there and leave a post, leave a question, and we're definitely going to cover that. But no matter what, start learning. And actually, even though you might feel like you have a good short game already, or you know what to do, this is a great reminder. You definitely should be watching the masterclass. It's like 45 minutes at tops. And that's going to give you some golden nuggets in how to go through these shots. And once again, I'm trying to make it simple for all level of golfers, because no matter what level you're playing at, we want to make it as simple as possible. But go in there, watch it. It's going to be very, very powerful. Let's end it all with a quote from Mr. Ben Hogan. I love Ben Hogan. I've played his clubs growing up and all that. I just love this man. He's got his story and his legacy is just so impressive. Placing the ball in the right position for the next shot is 80% of winning golf. Ben Hogan. So placing the ball in the right position, for me, when we're talking about the shots around the green, is on the green, right? And if it's 80%, that's a kind of a big deal that we want to use to our advantage. So get working on scoring clubs, get better with those, and better understand how they can work for you to help you shoot lower scores, be more consistent, get control of your own game, and lower your handicap. All right, let's get to work, and I'll see you in the next video. Welcome back to the Shoot Lower Scores Masterclass. Max here, and we're talking putting. We want to make some putts, because that is the main reason for why we're going to be shooting lower scores, getting control of our game, becoming more consistent, and lowering our handicap. And we're going to jump straight into it, because this is a game changer for a lot of you. And I wanted to get this in week 1. Actually, wasn't supposed to be here, but I wanted to get it in there because this is going to be such a huge, easy win for you. If you're not doing all this already, that it's crazy. All right, let's start. I hyped it up. Here's what we're going to cover. We're going to cover why lining your putt is a must, which means the line on the ball, right? They should be there, and they should be there forever and for always. And there's a good reason for that. We're going to talk about why you should read putts with your feet. That's right. Not these two. We're going to use the ones below us. Well, these are not feet, those are feet, and these are eyes. You know that. But why we should read putts with our feet. Why you should be trying to miss putts. And this is a big one. And I'm writing it like this on purpose. I want you to think that I'm a little bit off the wagon here, which I am, but not because of this. I mean, that's a different story. And also understanding your putting, because putting is 40% of the shots, or maybe even 40 to 50% of all the shots you hit. But most of us, we don't really understand how to improve our putting, or why we miss and what we can learn from it. We just putt and say that it's either good or bad. We can do a lot more than that if we know how to. So before we get going, maxpearsongolf.com/newsletter is where you sign up for our newsletter. That's where I update you with important updates regarding the course, regarding our community, and everything like that. Just go in there, join us right now. It's going to be very well worth it. And I'm writing all the emails myself just to give you a personal update on everything that's going on. YouTube, Instagram, TikTok. Follow for exclusive content. A lot of short form content, as I already mentioned a lot of times before. I tend to do a lot of shorter forms of what you're seeing here in the masterclass to help you remember what we need to do and how to tackle different things and how to make that progress we're looking for. You find me at Max Person Golf on all 3 platforms. And of course, if you enjoy the course, if you improve and feel like this is something that's going to help you, which I'm sure it will, please share the course. That's the best way of helping me out and getting to reach more golfers, helping them also play better golf. And as I always say, it's a lot more fun beating your opponents when they're playing well and you're playing better than it is beating them when you're playing well and they're not. So remember, share the course with friends, family, everyone you know who plays golf. Just mention it. It's going to be worth it so much to me. Let's take golf to the next level and improve our games together. And remember, the community being this together is going to be the most powerful part of it. So check out the community while doing so. And let's start Oh, sorry. Of course, the warning. This is without a doubt the most important video in the course right now. Without a doubt. Focus. Watch the entire video. Don't skip forward. Don't fast forward. Don't skip it. Just keep going. This is going to be gold for you. And a pro tip from me as a golf coach to you. You can always watch it in double speed or 1.5 speed to help you go through it quicker. But it's definitely going to be worth it. Trust me on that one. So let's start making putts, right? And it starts with how you prepare before you even start putting. We're lining putts. And what I mean by lining putts, I know it means a few different things, but what we mean by lining putts is actually just putting these 3 lines or more on your golf ball. You've seen the pros do it. You might be doing it yourself already. If you see me playing golf, you're going to see I have 3 lines on my ball. Either I'm playing the Callaway with the lines or I'm playing something else and putting lines on it. But we should all be drawing a line on our golf ball because 97% of golfers can't aim when they're putting. We have studies. We have more than one study that shows us that golfers are terrible at aiming with their putter. And if I'm trying to aim, let's say I have a straight 1 meter putt and I'm trying to aim it straight down the hole and I can't aim, that means that you're either going to compensate or have to compensate in one way or another, or you're going to miss the putt. And that's usually what I tend to do. I tend to aim too much to the left, which has taught me that pretty much every putt I'm hitting, I'm blocking it, right? I'm setting up to the left of the hole, and then I'm blocking it to the right, and that usually is a right. But when I'm on point with my aiming, and then I actually roll the ball in the decision I want, or the direction I want, my putting is on fire. I'm saving so many strokes out there that it's crazy, and you could be doing the same thing. Because this is a non-negotiable thing. Putting 3 lines on your ball is surprisingly powerful when it comes to helping you aim the longer shots and the longer putts and the shorter putts. And as we know, getting the ball on the green is a very important part, and then being very efficient on the green is going to save you so many strokes on a round. It's crazy. It's just crazy. And when we're on the green, there's something very different when we're on the green, right? Compared to everything else. Well, on the tee, we get to control where to tee it up. We get to control how high the tee is going to be and all that. So we got some control on the tee, but in comparison to what we're trying to achieve, when it comes to how difficult the big golf swing with the driver is compared to controlling a putt, we're talking 2 different games. So on the green is the only place where you get everything under your control. You're able to pick up the ball. You're able to clean the ball. You're able to go around and watch how things are looking. You're able to gather a lot of information, and all of that is within your control. So why not use it? And one of those things is that you're actually allowed, which is, come to think about it, might sound a little bit crazy, but you're allowed to have lines on your ball to help you putt better, and a lot of golfers don't use that. I know a lot of golfers who would like to be able to do the same thing out on the course with putting down an alignment stick or something like that, each shot they're hitting just to make sure that they're setting up right, but they're not using it on the putting green, which I think is very funny. But why not use it? If you're able to use that to your advantage, we want to use it to your advantage, right? Of course we do. So we got that to work for us, so let's have it work for us. And why having the lines on the ball is so important is, number one, because it's going to make it so much clearer for you to actually line up the ball and where you're actually trying to hit the ball. But it's also going to help you setting up. It's also going to help you roll the ball where you actually want it to go. And haven't you ever had a line ball, use that? This might be a bit hard for you to understand, or you might just see like I'm trying to sell you something, but trust me, from experience, if you draw 3 lines on 3 golf balls and you go out and practice putting for 15 minutes where you actually aim up the ball, you're going to experience this right away. You're going to realize that, well, this alignment of these 3 lines is powerful. They're not just going to help me with my aim, they're also going to help me tell me about if I'm rolling the ball in line, and it's going to help me make a better stroke because I can even see where I'm trying to get the putter to go. It's powerful in so many different levels. And once again, if you haven't tried it, you're going to experience this. And if you have tried it, I think you can agree with me on this, that it gives us a clear target for setting up and rolling the ball, but we tend to be very lazy and not use it, which means that we're leaving shots out on the course. I want 3 lines or more. I know that the most, right now play Callaway ball. They have their, I don't remember the name right now, the one with the 3 lines. I love it. So they got a blue line in the middle, they got 2 red lines on the side, so I don't have to draw on my balls because I have them already drawn on. If you don't do that, you need to have the 3 lines. I'm just telling you, 1 line is good, but 3 lines are better. It's so much easier to see where you're aiming, to see where you want to roll the ball, and actually see if you're rolling the ball on that line if you have 3 lines or more. And I use the Short Game Games version. I love that one. You can find that on the website, and they're partner of they're partner to me, so I'm going to make sure that they're partner to the community as well. So if you want to order it, you're going to find their information in the community. But you can find this in any golf shop, right? 3 lines, draw the lines on, and start using it. The one thing I would like, or I also want to mention, oh, sorry. It comes up here. So we get 3 lines or more. 5 might work as well, but yeah, 3 lines, golden. And it does not have to be perfect. Well, the lines on the ball tends to be perfect because we're using some kind of marker for it, right? But this also worries a lot of golfers that, but Max, I can't use the lines because I'm so addicted to making sure that those are completely straight, exactly where I want them to go. And I get that. I'm personally not that kind of person, but I get that a lot of you are. That you're more worried about where the ball is pointing or the lines are pointing than anything else. So I want to remind you, it does not have to be perfect. Good is good enough. Short and long putts is different. We're going to get to that. But what I mean by not having to be perfect is if you're going from nothing to the lines, you are making a huge improvement right there. Even if we're going short putt or long putt, you're going from watching it completely blind to having some kind of guidance for you, which is a huge thing. And no matter what skill level you're at, I've seen all golfers improve their way of putting or their starting line control and their aiming just by having the lines, even if the lines aren't perfect. And this is a good way or good transition into the next one. So remember this. This should be on the important things to remember actually when it comes to lining up your putts. When you line up your putt, you want to do it when sitting down behind the ball and in a straight line towards your target. Because when you're standing above the ball looking down, you are most likely going to feel like that is not pointing where you want to hit it. My friend Chris, I've referenced him several times. He likes to call it being golf drunk, and that's a good way of putting it. Because when you're sitting down, you're getting closer to the ground, you're getting closer to the ball in front of you, your eyes are level, you have an easier time seeing the lines on your ball and then how they keep going towards whatever target you got. Whilst above the ball, setting up to the putt, your eyes are all of a sudden both in a little bit of an incline, and you're standing over something, right? So your eyes are completely messed up in comparison to when they're level to the ground. That's why you're going to feel like that ball is not pointing where I want it to go, and you could probably be there all day, standing over the ball, going behind the ball, changing it, standing over the ball again, and going back and forth forever, which is why I also want to remind about the not perfect part. Because, to be honest, it doesn't have to be perfect, because for a very long time, you're not going to feel that it's perfect. Even if you're doing this with a laser pointer, you're setting it up and you see and you know that this is 100% correct, you're still not going to trust it when you're standing over the ball. But that's 2 different things, right? We want you to trust you setting up the ball when you're sitting behind it, and then, or not trust it, we want you to set up the ball when you're sitting behind it, and we want you to trust that when you're standing over it. After some experience, it's going to be very easy for you to pick up, and you're going to realize, I'm actually still using it. I've been lining putts for years, and I still have a little bit of a feeling sometimes when I set up over a ball that, no, this is not going to be all right. But I know that I want to trust it. And if I trust it, I hit it well, and I get reminded that, well, again, I lined it where it was easy to line up. I trusted myself when a few seconds later, stood over the ball and was supposed to hit it. So lining the ball and hitting the ball are going to feel different. There's also a difference, or to me, there's a difference between short and long putts. Of course, the closer you are, the more important it gets. And I tend to have like 15 yards, somewhere around that. If putts are longer than that, I'm not using the lines myself, because on putts of that distance, it's a lot more important to get the greenie reading somewhat right, to get the distance or the pace somewhat right, rather than having the perfect line. Because if you're outside 15 yards, chances you're holding that putt are very, very slim, and we would just want to get it close to the hole. But the closer I get, the more important it gets. And I even use my putters to help line up the ball when I have one of these short 1 meter putts. Yes, because that's a big part of my routine. It helps me realize, well, I can trust this is straight. And that's a big part of it. But a lot of you will be worried about taking too much time. That, well, if I'm going to do this, it's going to take a lot of time. I don't know if I want to take that time. Well, think about it like this. If you take 5 more seconds of putt to line up your putt, and you're making a lot less putts, that's going to save you time rather than cost you time, right? And let's take it in the long run. If you're making more putts, you're going to be more positive, you're going to have more fun, you're going to hit less shots all over the course. So it's definitely going to be a time saver. Overall, it might take some more time, but honestly, when you're getting used to this, it's very, very quick. It's no slower than anything else, really. So don't worry too much about that. What about reading putts? We already covered it. Reading putts, we want to use our feet. Why? Because your eyes are lying to you. Simple as that. Maybe not lying to you on purpose, but they are lying to you. And the simple way of, so don't use them. And a simple way of doing this is like, you can't really see a slope in 2-3 degrees with your eyes, right? If the whole green is sloping, you might be able to see it, but you also might trick yourself to believing that it is sloping just because what you see on the outside. What we tend to do as a golfer is to take in so much information when we're trying to read the putt with our eyes that it becomes almost impossible. Because if I'm standing over a 10-feet putt, I have 10 feet of the green that I'm worried about. This is where the ball is going to roll. What is going to happen to it when it rolls over the surface? If I got hills on the right of the green and to the left, that makes it look like it's all leaning one way or another. There's some kind of slope. Well, that doesn't really matter, does it? And in fact, a good course designer can make this happen to you. They want to create an illusion that the green should be sloping to the left when it's actually sloping to the right. But you can't really pick up with your eyes that 2-degree difference because you're picking up so much information around you, right? Because you're seeing, well, I can see whatever goes on here. We got this, we got that. This should mean that the putt is going to the right. Yeah. What if it's designed that way? And your eyes are lying to you. Because I think we've all been through that. We've all had a good read that we think, well, this is correct, and the ball goes straight the other way, and it just messes with us. And think about it. Your feet are a powerful tool, and we're going to be starting to use them to help you read putts, and don't rely on the eyes. And I know a lot of you who are watching this are going to tell me, Max, I read putts with my eyes. I'm a great putter. I know what I'm doing. Yeah, I did the same thing for years. I read putts with my eyes for 20 years. I was a good putter. I am still a good putter. In fact, I became an even better putter when I started using my feet rather than my eyes. And once again, we can use the best players in the world. They are pretty much like 80% of them using their feet, at least to a certain part, when it comes to reading putts. And if they're doing it, we could probably do it as well. Because it looks straight, right? Have you ever been through that? It feels like, well, it looks straight, but I'm not sure. I wanted to have a little bit of a break. I believe I see some kind of break there. Or maybe the other part of it, like, well, I thought it would break that way, but it broke the other way. I didn't see that. No, you didn't, because you can barely see such a small difference in the slope. That's part of it. So we're always tricking ourselves. We try, not on purpose, a very important thing to remember. I'm not saying you're trying to trick yourself on purpose, but we see what we would like to see. Different players have different preferences. I like personally to hit a ball that goes from the right to the left, even when I'm putting. So I tend to see, if I got a straight putt, if I'm not feeling that with my feet, if I get a straight putt, I much more tend to see a putt that I should probably keep it on the right side of the cup rather than in the middle, because I want to see that little bit of a drift to the left. That's just a preference. Reading putts with your feet can be done in very different ways, or very many different ways. You can go through the aim-point education. I truly recommend you to do so, because that is gold and that is very powerful for you. I'm not an aim-point certified instructor. I've gone through the program as a player. I know how powerful it is, but I also believe going through it as a player, you don't have to go through it to start using your feet. It's not like aim point is the only way to use your feet to read the ground, because you are using your feet to read the ground wherever you are. think about it. Whenever you are on your feet can sense what's going on without you thinking about it. It can send your messages to your brain and tell you that you need to adapt to a slope, or if it's an uneven surface or something like that. It all goes automatically, right? That's what your feet has been doing all your life, is feel what's going on beneath them. That's a big part of what they're doing. We got like 34 bones and so thousands many nerves down there. That's their job. And we can use that for our advantage rather than these bad boys right here are great in certain things, but feeling how the slope or the surface we're standing on affects us doesn't really come close to that, right? So we can use aim point, and I do recommend you going through that system. But to be honest, you can start just going out on the green and start feeling the way what you're doing. So what you do is pretty much just, if you have a 10 feet putt, you go by, you walk by the putt, you have 1 foot on each side, you stand still for a second or two, and you feel, are you leaning one way or another? And you're going to tell yourself quite quick, well, I'm leaning left or I'm leaning right. You do that first third and the second third, and you get an answer quite quick. And then you can of course, like aimpoint has all these, the information behind it and the fingers and all that. But if you're starting out, just starting to read greens with your feet to help you realize, all right, it leans left or it slopes left. It's more than last time or it's less than last time. So I'm going to keep it 1 cup, 2 cups above the hole. That's a huge improvement than if you're going in blind or using your eyes, because we're starting to learn. And there's so much else. You can start with experience and through that work, or start gathering experience, and through that become even better on the golf course, right? So you don't have to use Aimpoint, but I do recommend it. Or you can just go out there. I don't think there's a similar program to Aimpoint if you want to learn from a professional, but you can still learn yourself. And I guess there's videos on YouTube and all that. And I can do a video, just not the Aimpoint version, but just starting to get through this. I'll do that, and I post that in the community just to give you a little bit of a head start of how I like to help players use this. It's a powerful thing. And another powerful thing is that you can actually work with your game anywhere. And you got years of experience in this already, which is cool, right? You've been doing this all in your life. And you can go out, you can find a slope somewhere and just stand there, feel, and try to tell yourself, is this straight or not? I mean, it might sound a bit crazy, but actually it's that easy. You can start doing it simply wherever you are. Just feeling it and just getting used to the fact that if you stand up, and I usually coach my players to, like, you want to do this as quick as possible. So as soon as your feet hit the ground and you stand still, you want to feel through the slope like that. Because the longer you're standing still and the less slope it is, it becomes so much more like when you're reading with your eyes. You are trying to read, you're trying to feel for something. I just want you to get that first impression, and that's the powerful one, right? When you start feeling, you start leaning right and left, then we're losing the magic here. So just feel it, stand still for a second or two, get the information, and keep moving. And if you feel like, well, the first time I'm stopping, that's it's a little bit of a slope, and the second time it's more of a slope, then go by the one that's the most slope, right? And if they take out one another, just hit it straight into the hole. Like, you can practice this everywhere, and you should. Maybe not, you don't have to practice it everywhere, but you should be thinking about what you can and cannot feel with your feet. And if you stand up right now and start feeling your feet, if you're putting 1 foot higher, you're going to feel that, right? You don't have to think about it. It's going to be very obvious for you. And the same thing goes when you're out on the putting green. It's that simple. Now, believe it or not, but we want to miss putts when we're putting. It's a bit of a overstatement perhaps, but it's a good way of getting your attention. What we mean by missing putts is that all putts are not created equal, and having the idea like this, that it's got the chance to get into the hole, but it's 3 feet, 5 feet, 6 feet past the hole, that's going to cost you much, much more than it's going to give you. Yeah, a ball that went past the cup, but it didn't go in, still didn't go in, right? And we want to make as many putts as possible. We're going to change that mindset a little bit, and realizing that the idea of giving the ball a chance to go in, that's not really what we're looking for. I know a lot of you watching this, you might have to watch this more than once just to accept this, but believe me, if you implement the things you're going to learn right now, your putting is going to improve like skyrocketing. Like that, just by how you're looking at the shots on the green. So for those of you who don't know, Jon Carlsen is a Norwegian putting doctor. He helps a lot of professional golfers on the male and female side. He has a doctorate in putting, I believe, and he helps the Swedish national team, the Norwegian national team, and pros all over the world to improve their putting. He has been doing studies on putting, and my favorite one is a very powerful one. It's just on this question of how hard do you want to hit the ball. Is it important that the ball goes past the hole when putting? And if it is it different for different kind of levels of golfers? And the answer is, it is very important, and it's very different for golfers of different levels. So if you're playing a 4 handicap golfer, or if you're a 4 handicap golfer or below, you're going for scratch, you're going for plus handicap, you have to get the ball past the hole. And the reason for this is twofold. You need, if you want to go below a certain handicap, you need to start making birdies, which means that you gotta have to sink a few putts that it's a bit longer to make those birdies. And he also tends to believe that, I do believe that his thought process in this was that at 4 handicap and lower, they have a better distance control with their putting, which means that the ball is going past, but it's not blowing 9 feet past the hole, so it get the chance to go in, but it also stops within a reasonable distance, and you need to make birdies. So if you're below 4 handicap, this is what you're going to want to go for. If you're above a 4 handicap, however, it's the opposite. You don't want to give it the chance because you don't have the distance control to make sure that it's going to stop within those 3 feet or 4 feet behind the hole. And if you got a 12 feet putt and you're sending it 4 feet past the hole, that's going to be an issue that's going to cost you a lot of strokes in a round. That's just simply the way it is. And that's what I mean by missing putts, that if you're outside 3 feet and you're playing above a 4 handicap, of course you're going to try to make as many putts as possible, but there's a completely different mind shift if we can be happy with stopping the ball inside 3 feet and within the length of a putter for you, right? Because that's going to be so much more powerful. That's going to make sure that you're doing a lot less 3 putting, or even 4 putting, or 6 putting that we saw on the PGA Tour the other day. And just make sure that you have a lot more 2 putts, or you go from 4 putts to 3 putts, and that's saving you shots like this, like that, like this, like that, all the time, every time. It's going to make putting so much easier for you because you have a plan for how to tackle the shots on the green. Remember, I said when we were going to plan our shots out, we're aiming for 2 putts. If we're aiming for 2 putts, the first one has to get close. It doesn't mean that we're 25 yards from the hole. We're hitting the first one 12 yards or 12 yards past the hole. And of course, we are going to do that sometime. We are going to hit a bit too far, a bit too short. That's a part of the game. That's a miss. But what we're trying to achieve is working with the putting bucket. As once again, my friend Chris likes to call it. I like the metaphor. If you take a look at the hole and you see a bucket around the hole which is about the same size of your putter. So the putter length, unless you're playing one of these like that you almost touch your chest or your chin, just a 30 inch putter, and you get that sewn around the hole, that is your bucket. And if scoring clubs means getting the ball on the green, the putter means get the ball to the bucket, right? Because if you're 25 feet out or 25 yards out and you can roll the ball so it stays within 1 club length of the hole, you are going to be golden. You're going to improve your game so much more than you think is possible. Because one of the things that the PGA Tour and LPGA Tour players are doing so well that we don't get to see because it's really bad TV is the lag putting, which means that they're really good at getting the ball close when they have a longer putt. But that's really bad TV. I don't want to watch Tiger from 20 yards hit the ball this close to the hole but not go in and do that 16 out of 18 times, right? No, that's no fun. I want to see the one he hits from 20 yards that goes in, because then I can scream out loud and just, man, he's a good putter. And yeah, of course he is. Of course they all are. Most of them. Well, some are worse than others, but they are all good putters. But what they all do is they're great. They're so inhumanely great. Or they're, what's the word? It's not inhumane. They're so out of this world good at lag putting that they're getting the ball inside their bucket so very often, which means that the next putt, might be for par, might be for bogey, whatever it is, it's a done deal. They don't have to focus, or they do focus, but it's a much bigger chance that putt is going in. So they're working with their bucket, their zone around the hole to help them shoot lower scores, and we should be doing the same thing. That's what I mean by missing putts, that we need to shift our mindset. We need to get the ball close, which is going to save us a lot more shots than trying to get it in and then rolling it well past. And the whole idea about this is the idea of short shots gained, right? Because if we're just looking at it in black and white, if we got no grayscale whatsoever to this, you have a 9 feet putt, right? 9 feet. If you're making that, that's in, of course. And if you're not making it, it's not in. Well, that's very black and white, isn't it? Like, if you got, let's say, 15 feet instead. So if you're making the 15 feet putt, because that's a lot harder, it's in, and you don't need one more shot to get in the hole, right? Yeah, that's very black and white. And if you miss it, you need one more shot at least to get it into the hole. And that's good. We get that. But golf is a lot more of a grayscale to it. You need to think about it much more in the whole scheme of things. Like, if you're playing 100 rounds of golf and you have, let's say you have 100 putts from 15 yards, we know that from those 15 yards, you're not going to sink that many in the hole. A lot of them is not going to go in the hole. So the question then becomes, if you're not getting it in the hole, what are you doing in your next putt? And we want to increase the chance of the next putt going in the hole instead of having 2 putts or 3 putts more to get in the hole, right? That is what's going to be the shots gained. That is why we can talk about gaining 0.1 shot or 0.2 or 0.5, is that we're looking at it in the full scheme of things, not just that hole. Because yes, in the short term, if you're getting the putt in the hole or close to the hole, in the hole is better. But if you're going to do 100 holes or 100 putts, we want to get the ones that's going to perform the best on average, and that's the whole difference here. And the whole system is built on performing best on average, and that means the mindset shift when you're on the greens to help you get the ball close and understanding that, all right, this is going to be the smart play over time, and that's what's going to, with the compound effect, help me shoot lower scores more often, become more consistent, be more in control of my game, and all of those things. So it's a mindset shift. And as I said, watch this again if you need to, because if you are not making this shift, you are not you're not reaching your full potential as a golfer. Simple. And the same thing goes. If we can take the Jon Carlson fight as well, I promise you, you're not seeing all golfers under 4 handicap always going for the hole. Because there are putts where we're just happy to get it close. There are putts when live putting is king, where you just want to get it close because you know that the chances for this going in whatsoever are so slim to none that I don't even going to care about it. I want to make a safe 2-putt and go away from here because that's, once again, the best average. And before we're done, let's understand putting. And let's see what we can learn to help us improve our putting because, well, that's a big part of it, isn't it? We want to... There's a mindset shift, of course, that's going to help us. A better understanding what we can do is going to help us. We want to improve how we hit the putts and how we learn from our putts as well. So, to me, putting is the part of the game that a lot of golfers just putt. We don't really think about what we're doing or why we're not getting the ball in the hole. Unless, like we already mentioned, we're seeing a lot more black and white rather than seeing it in that grayscale. And through that, it's a good putt if the ball goes in. It's a bad putt if the ball doesn't go in. And that's all there is to it. What we need to do is start breaking down why didn't the putt go in and what can we learn from that. So we have the putting triad. The 3 things that makes up your putting, very simplified but very easy to understand. You got starting line, which is the direction. We could call it aim and starting line because it's the direction you're aiming and starting if you're starting the ball on that line. We have speed or pace on the greens that you're hitting at the correct distance, and we have green reading. These 3 are making up all of your putts. Starting the ball on the line, having the right speed, then actually going for the green reading. It's gonna, if you can do all 3, that's gonna help you so much. But also, you need to understand which one is the problem when you're missing a putt, right? Because we can know that, all right, I'm missing a lot of putts, but we need to know why we're missing a lot of putts. And if you're missing a lot of putts because you're not starting it on the line, spending time green reading or practicing green reading isn't really going to help you because you're still not hitting the ball where you want to hit it. So then knowing how you want to hit it is not as important. That's why the lines are step 1. Because the lines, as I already mentioned, are very powerful to help you aim, to help you roll the ball on line. And actually, when the ball is rolling, you can use the lines to evaluate if you've done as you wanted to do or not. Because you can quite quickly see on the lines, if they're rolling end over end, you've hit that ball perfectly on line. And if you hit the ball perfectly in line with the right speed and doesn't go in, then you know that the green reading is off. Or if you're hitting it perfect on the line and it is close to the hole but goes past like 6 feet, you know the speed is off. And if you set it up, you hit it, and you see that the ball wobbles around and the lines don't roll end over end, you know that your starting line is off. So the lines are going to help you evaluate every putt you ever hit from now on. And trust me when I say this, because you're not hitting every putt perfect. That's a part of it, right? But when you see those lines roll end over end, you're going to feel a bit of accomplishment. I still do. I love seeing that because I know that, wow, Max, you really hit a really great putt, because just a small difference in what your face was doing is going to change that dramatically. So get the lines on the ball, very important. Number 2 is speed. Once again, the bucket around the hole, as long as you're hitting a somewhat longer putt, speed is always going to be the most important thing to getting the ball close. Starting line, it's going to be a lot. You need to be a lot off in your aim in your starting line in order to miss the hole by 6 yards or 6 feet right or left. But it's easy to hit the ball 6 feet short or 6 feet long because, well, that's the part of the game, right? So getting it there, speed is number 2. Speed is going to be a big part of it. We can always, the closer you get to the hole, the less important speed is going to be, because it's very hard, I have a hard time seeing that a lot of golfers hit a 3-foot putt 6 feet past the hole, just by experience. You're probably not going to do that, and you're not going to hit it 1 inch. You're going to hit it somewhat in the right distance. And the further away you get, the more important speed is. And all of us is going to have our average first putt is going to be a lot longer than you think, and it's going to be definitely in a situation where the speed control is king, and the lines are important, but not as important. And number 3 is green reading. Again, good enough is good enough. So using your feet to read the greens, and maybe if you're 30 yards out, if you're on the right-hand most side of the green and the flag is tucked all the way to the left side, maybe you don't have to read with your feet, because once again, that means that your speed is going to be the most important, and just getting the gist of how you think the ball is going to react, that's good enough. You don't have to go and measure all, 20 yards of putt to get it close, but still, green reading is important, and especially if we're in this in-between, like say from let's say 15 yards and in, that's definitely where green reading is going to become more important. But once again, the triad is important to understand, and the lines is what's going to help us do this as reliably as possible, and also evaluate what we're doing when we're putting, which is understanding your putting. It's going to help you understand why you are missing a putt and why you are making a putt, and through that, it's going to help you understand what you need to shoot lower scores, or sink more putts, or hole more putts, and through that, shoot lower scores. Let's summarize our putting. So, number 1, we have to start drawing lines on our putts and start lining our putts. That's it. That's if you're going to do something, if you're going to pick up something from this video, that's it. If you're going to pick up something at all, you should pick up all of it, I guess. But if anything, start lining your putts, start drawing a line on your putts. It's going to help you so much more than you think possible if you haven't done it before. If you got line on your ball, if you already have the lines, start using them all the time. As soon as you're within 15 yards of the hole, they are a game changer. Number 2, start reading putts with your feet and start practicing wherever you are. You're going to pick this up so quick, and it is, once again, a huge game changer when you start using it. Now, some of you are going to be, once again, a time aspect of this. You're going to be worried that this is going to take a lot more time. Trust me. It might take a little bit more time in the beginning because you're not used to it, but I'm going to show you, I'm going to do a video on this and show you how quick it is once you get going. It's a lot quicker than reading with your eyes. I can tell you that much when you get used to it. Believe me, and it's well worth it. So I'm going to show you that, but no matter what, start reading with your feet when you're out practicing on the green, on the practice team or practice green and all that. But remember, you can also do it anywhere you are because your feet are made for this. You can do whatever wherever you are, you can do whatever you want. Of course you can, but your feet are doing this wherever you are. Start feeling about how much information you get through your feet and realize that it's going to help you a lot to shoot lower scores. And number 3, evaluate your putting. Start with the putting triad in mind and use that whenever you're hitting putts to realize why you are making or not making putts. and spend more time on that particular part. If you're starting to line the putt, get used to lining it or hitting it down the line, practice on the starting line, practice on the green reading if that's the problem, or practicing speed if you realize that's the problem. Understanding your own putting is what's going to help you improve your game even more. The mindset shift is a big thing, but together with better understanding your own putting and evaluating every putt you're making, it's a huge deal. It's going to help you so much with your game. And these are powerful tools that are available to you very, very easily, very cheaply. Again, the thing with drawing the lines on the ball, I love Short Game Games one, and I think that's like, is it 10, 15 bucks? That's all there is to it, like 10 euros. That's all we need. And before we're done, I'm going to leave you with a quote from Chichi Rodriguez, which he's a great guy. I love this. There's a lot of good players throughout the years of great personalities and characters, and he's definitely one of them. I've heard people saying putting is 50% technique and 50% mental. I really believe it's 50% technique and 90% positive thinking. See? But that adds up to 140%, which is why nobody's 100% sure how to putt. And I love that the way this kind of ends up. That, of course, positive thinking is a big part of it. And if you're starting to hack your putting using these tools that you're learning right here, and those are going to help you become a much better putter in just a few sessions. I believe that you can become a much greater putter in just 1 hour of implementing this and start realizing what this can do for you, and having that mental shift, or the shift, or your idea what putting is and how to use it. I'm going to promise you that it's going to be very, very powerful, and I'm looking forward to hearing about what this does for you and your golf game. As I mentioned, I make sure to do a few videos in the community about reading putts with your feet and going through that. Also, the speed aspect of it is show you that it's not that slow as you might think. I think that is going to be very powerful. And as always, use this. This is going to help you shoot lower scores, become more consistent, be more in control of your game, and definitely help you lower your handicap. Let's get to work, and I'll see you in the next video. You've done it. It's the last video of the Shoot Lower Scores Masterclass Week 1. And if you've gone through all the videos, have you done all the work so far, you're a much better golfer now than you were when you started watching the videos. Even if you haven't implemented all of this just yet, just knowing about them and being able to use it is a huge step in the right direction, especially if you want to shoot lower scores, you want to become more in control of your game, more consistent golfer, and lower your handicap. You're on the right way, my friend. And we are going to today just take a look at the summary of everything we went through. We're going to give you a little bit of an actionable step plan. I want to give you some recommendations how to take things forward, and just give you a good asset to go back to whenever you feel like, well, I don't remember all of it, but I want to have the quick version. This right here, this is the quick version of it. And I call it lower today because I know that if you were to implement some of these parts, not all of them, not to 100%, but some of them, I know they're working. I know you're going to shoot lower scores or become a more consistent golfer and become more in control of your game starting today. So here's what we're going to cover. I mentioned it already. We have the summary of the week, or the summary of the previous videos. We're going to go through that. We're going to see the actionable steps, what you do right now, or what to do right now to keep going with what we got going here, and actually make sure that this becomes a part of your game. I also have the recommendations, and my recommendations of what to do next and what not to miss out on if you want to keep doing this. I mean, we have a system going right here. This is week number 1. You've got the main version of it. You got what you need to start doing and start working with the system. And as I mentioned, you've got everything you need to start doing it, and keep doing it forever to keep improving your game. But there are more steps you can take to help you do this faster, to do this even faster and quicker is the same thing, right? So faster, you can reach the goals even quicker, as I mentioned, and you're going to be able to understand even more what you can do and get even more tools in your toolbox. You're going to get to those recommendations as well. And of course, we're going to talk a little bit about feedback. I want to hear your feedback and your thoughts on all of this, how this has helped you, how this has helped you improve your game, or if you're missing something, you want to see more of something, whatever it is. This course is always growing. It's always improving. It's always learning from you going through it, because I know that we're on to something, but I also want to teach you the right things, and I want to make sure that it resonates with you as a player. So feedback is going to be a big, important thing. Before we start, as always, maxpersongolf.com/newsletter. Important updates speaking of updates to the course, we are going to update the course. We are releasing the premium version. There is a lot to it. Make sure that you subscribe to the newsletter. It's definitely going to help you become a better golfer, and you're not going to miss out on anything that we're doing here. YouTube, Instagram, TikTok, social media. Follow for exclusive content, usually the short-term thing that helps you remember and remind yourself of what we need to do. Max Person Golf, you find me with that handle in all places. And share the course. If you got value out of this, it would mean the world to me if you wanted to share this with people around you who play golf, friends, family, whoever it is. And as always, it's a lot more fun to beat someone playing well than beat someone when they're not playing well, right? So help other people play well so you can beat them when they're playing their best and you are even better. So please share the course. Let's take golf to the next level and improve our games together. Warning. This is the most important video in the entire course right now. Watch the entire video. Don't skip it. Don't fast forward. These are some golden nuggets right here. It's going to help you improve your golf game. And as always, a pro tip from me as a golf coach, you can always watch the video in double speed. It's going to half the time it takes, right? But you can still pick up all these nuggets. I do this a lot. You should probably be doing the same thing if you want to be efficient with your time. So let's get going to the summary. The summary of the week that we've gone through, or the videos we've gone through to shoot lower scores. And we're going to go through them one by one, just remembering what we actually talked about and what that means for you and your game and the actionable steps you should be taking. Number one was stop playing golf swing, start playing golf. How are you playing golf going forward? Do you choose the low score? It's your decision. So I just wanted to remind you that we talked a lot about this in the first video. There is a huge difference about tackling the golf course with how you're playing the game rather than how you're swinging the club. And we got a disconnect going on right now that we're trying to fix a golf playing problem with a golf swing solution, and we want to stop doing that. We're going to go into scoring. We're going to understand that, right, we want to work with our game to improve our scores, right? And you're now very aware of this, and it's your decision to make. If you want to play as you always played, and remember, if you're not changing anything, things are going to stay the same. If you want to do that, make that decision right now. That's what's going to help it or not, right? You're going to make the decision. That's going to make it so much easier for you to get the results you want. And if you want to shoot lower scores, if you want to become more in control of your game, be a more consistent golfer and lower your handicap, well, we got to stop playing golf swing. That's for sure, because chances are you have been playing a lot of golf swing lately and not that much golf. Just my way of putting it. Very powerful things. And you need to make that decision. Number two, no more hidden hope. The hidden hope was a strategy that really isn't a strategy. It's just the way we all play golf if we're not thinking about what we're doing. We want to stop just trying to hit the ball as far as possible. We need to stop mindlessly just hitting the ball and start to think about what we're doing and the choices we're making. We are a lot more in control of our score and our way of playing. We can't do all of it, but we are in a lot more control than people think. And being more in control, start planning your golf game. Start planning the way you want to play holes and be accountable to yourself and your score. Through that is going to be very powerful for you who wants to shoot a lower score. If you keep doing the same thing, I'm going to get back to this and you're going to see a theme throughout this video. If you're going to keep doing the same thing, you're going to get the same results. There's no secret to that. We also talked about the fact that you don't need distance. You don't need it. You need to learn your distance or distances. You need to work with it rather than against it. And what we mean by that is simply that if you don't know how far you're actually hitting your clubs, you're actually working against your distance. So understanding how far you hit the ball, but also how to work with that is a big and important part. And understanding the difference between what distance means with the driver than what it means with an iron, right? We need to make the differences there work for us and become more we need to understand them. We need to use them rather than being used by them. We have the scoring clubs. Decide which clubs are your scoring clubs and start working with them. So you remember, we had the wedge for whatever, the lofted club for the wedges, the bunker shots, the flop shots, and we have the other club for our chipping runs that we're going to use a whole lot. We have the Masterclass. It's in the community, so go check that out if you haven't already. We want to be using that as well to help us improve how we use the clubs. But we also need to decide which clubs these are. Which are your scoring clubs? Which are the ones you're going to be using the most when you're trying to get the ball on the green? And get the ball on the green is an important part, right? So decide what your scoring clubs are and start using them. And making putts. We got to start lining putts, drawing the line on the putts, on the balls for putting. We want to be reading our putts with our feet, and we want to be missing putts, which means that we want to get the putts to the bucket or the balls to the bucket when we're putting, and that's a great mindset shift that's going to make a huge difference for us golfers, no matter what level we're playing at. And that kind of sums up all the 5 things we've been going through so far, and this is the meat and bones of the whole Shoot the Lower Score system. There's a lot more nuances to this, and there's a lot more reasons why, and there's a lot more different ways we can work with it. But to be honest, if you're, once again, implementing these 5 steps, if you're implementing these 5 things, you're working with them, your golf game is never going to be the same again. You're going to take so many steps in the right direction, and you're going to get so much control of your own game that it's crazy. The value in all of this is just crazy good for any golf from any level. And again, it's a system. You go through it, you get to your result, you go through it again, you update it by the level of golf you're at, and we keep doing that. That's the way we use it. There's no ifs, buts, and whens about it. That's just what we're doing. So if you're doing anything, this is what we want to do. So talking about what to do, we got a few points. So number 1, if you were to do anything right now, if I could make you do anything to help you shoot lower scores, I would start with you getting your distances. And you get your distances with the resources you find here in the community. Well, the resources, you can fill in the form to get that very easily attainable. And you go do a distance test. And we need to do a distance test. We need a TrackMan. We need a Foresight. We need a Flight Scope. We need one of those premium products to help us give the best information. Once again, because if that's what the best players in the world are using, we should be using the same thing. And remember, your distance, we don't care about if it's good or not. There is no valuation to this. There is no, well, you're a bad golfer because you're hitting it short, you're a good one for hitting it long. No, there's nothing in it like that. We just want to see that what your distances are. Not knowing your distances, that is actually being able to tell whether you're a good golfer or not. Because if you don't know how far you hit it, you're leaving so many shots out there. But I don't care if you're pitching what flies 140 yards or it flies 80 yards. That's not important. The importance is knowing whether it does one thing or the other. That's what we're looking for. And if I can give every golfer in the world these numbers or their own numbers, they're all playing better golf because we're removing one of the biggest guessworks on every golf round ever being played. That's realizing how far I hit the ball. Number 2, I would have you work on making a plan and playing backwards. I would have you start doing that on your home course that you know already, preferably in your course guides, making it a little bit more physical and see it in front of you. But if not, you can do it in your head. And you can start using the distances you got from the distance test. You can start seeing and make this process even easier. And if we add to that the understanding of putting, so we know that we want to get to the 2 putts. We add the understanding of our scoring clubs and our scoring zone, getting the ball on the green. And through that, there's step number 3, we add that we have the distances. We can start making a really good plan for what club you need to hit off the tee, what club that should mean that you're hitting on the next shot, and the next shot, and the next shot until you're in the hole. Creating that plan for your home course and actually start playing by it. And of course, we always need to be aware that no matter how well you play it or plan it, you're not always going to play it. So if you're thinking about hitting a 3-wood off the 3rd tee, and you're hooking it down in the bunker, well, that's it, right? We need to have an escape plan for that, and we're going to cover that in the coming videos, but we can still make the theoretical plan. If I'm playing perfect golf, this is how I should be playing. That's a great opportunity, a great possibility for you to learn more about all these different things, about all the theory we're going through, and help you implement that in your own game and make it even more valuable for you. So bring down your course guide. You got to find a resource in the community where I'm doing the same thing, just to show you how I'm thinking when I'm doing this myself. I can bring you along with that, so you can check that video out and just do it the same way I'm doing it, right? The next to do, draw lines on your golf balls. Order a kit to do so, and if you haven't got one, I love the Short Game Games version. but you can find one in your local pro shop and all that. You should have every ball you put in your bag should have 3 lines on it. I don't always do this, but I should be doing this more often, because if you need one more on the course or in the round, and you pull one up that's not doesn't have lines on it, you're going to realize that when you get to the green. And just having them all being drawn on before you start is going to make a huge difference. And maybe you're already doing your kind of signature on the ball or whatever it is to identify it. Do that together with drawing the lines, and you're saving so much time out there. But you're also going to start implementing the lines from the get-go. Like this is a no-brainer for me. You can start doing that right now, or if you're playing the Callaway ball that has the lines on it already, you can do that too, of course. But the lines are important. It sounds maybe too simplistic, but it is that simplistic. 3 lines is a game changer for your level of golf, without a doubt. Yeah, and all pros are not using 3 lines. All pros are using at least 1. But we're not professionals. Once again, this is not pro golf. We are looking to make it as easy as possible, and 3 lines are going to help you do that. So draw the lines on your golf balls. Remember, step number 4, when you're out playing, aim left. Do you remember what that meant? That meant using your ball flight and have it work for you. Let the ball flight work for you. Let you be a more consistent golfer through watching your own game through the lens of, well, this is my ball flight, this is not my miss. If you tend to hit every shot with a curve to the right, that's all right. If it happens every time, that's even more powerful, because you can work with that. Once again, we're not saying that you shouldn't try to get that less to the right, or you could go from maybe a slice to a fade. That's a completely different thing. We are trying to teach you how to, without changing your technique too much, or without changing at all, play better golf. And in doing that, we need to work with our ball flight rather than against it. If you're trying to work against your ball flight, you are leaving so many shots out on the course, because that's going to introduce misses, mishits, all different kind of things that you don't need to introduce to the game just because you want to hit it a different way. And remember, play golf, not golf swing, and aim left is a big part of that. And eventually, or the last thing I would like you to try, just to help you better understand scoring, better understand the importance of distance or not importance of distance, and get you going for the next week, is to try the Tiger Tee Challenge. Do it for 9 holes or do it for 18 holes. And remember, how low can you go from the shortest tee on the course? Get as far forward as you can. Tee box as far forward as you can. And if you're playing off if you're normally playing off the shortest tee box, get 20, 30 yards into the fairway or whatever it is, tee it up from there, and just see what happens to your score. Because if you want to shoot a certain score from the tee you're usually playing at, you got to start doing it in the shorter tee, and then it's going to be easier from the next shortest, and so forth until you're back at the tee you want to hit from. And if you're not shooting lower scores from the Tiger tees and the tees all the way up, that means that we got a lot of work to do and don't have to worry about distance at all. As I said, you should probably be, if you're playing 2 tees further forward, you should probably be shaving off at least 5 strokes, probably 10, depending on what level of golfer you're at, because of the distance you're gaining, if you're playing smart. And remember, playing a Tiger Tee Challenge definitely still makes up for a great opportunity to plan your round and plan it backwards, but you still need to plan it backwards, and it's going to be a lot different when you plan it backwards from the tees, 2 tees in front of you than the ones you normally play. The course is going to be different, the plan needs to be different, and that's an important part of it. Try this. We're going to have a Tiger Tee Challenge post in the community. I want to hear about your experiences from it, what you're learning from it, and also what you're learning can take away from it, but also if it was as you thought it would be, which means, was it as simple, or was it harder than you thought it would be? Was it simpler? Whatever. Let us know, because this is going to be a learning opportunity for everyone going through it, and it's very powerful to share those experiences, because have you never done this before, it's going to be a challenge. I promise you that. There's a reason why we call it a challenge. It's not like you can just put your boots in and it's going to be a lower score. Trust me, I had players shoot higher scores from a shorter golf course just because they are not taking it seriously. So let us know how things go. Here we have what to do. 5 steps you can do right now that's going to change your game forever, without a doubt. Better understanding of what you need to do to shoot lower scores, become more consistent, get control of your game, and shoot a lower handicap, or get a lower handicap. That's why we're here. and some recommendations. So you've gone through the week number 1. You're starting to get all this new information. Number 1 of that is that you have a lot of new information that we need to implement, right? Take action. That's a big part of it. I was a bit too quick. So we need to start doing things. Right? We have this knowledge right now, only theoretical. We want to make it practical as well. We want to make sure that it makes a difference. Once again, if we're not making any changes, we're not going to change our results. I would also recommend you to watch the Scoring Club's Masterclass, because that's going to give you some. That's actually the first thing where we're actually going to work on your game practice-wise. Of course, you have the practice masterclass coming up, which we are going to post. It might not be live when you're watching this. It's coming up as soon as possible. So you got that as well, where you can work on the skill components. We're going to cover that. But Scoring Club Masterclass, no matter what you're doing, no matter what level, becoming master of one of your Scoring Club clubs, that's going to be a game changer, right? So get to watching that. It's a free resource in the community. If you have any questions regarding that, you leave that with the video and whatever it is. But that's going to get you going in the short game as well, because we can improve that very, very quickly. And speaking of the community, use our community to get inspiration, to ask questions, to get ideas, because you're not alone going through this. Everyone here are going through this or have gone through this, or they're maybe on their a few weeks ahead of you, so they've gone through the premium version. They got even more knowledge than you, and they can help you, and they can help you, and you can help them. We can all help each other out to play our best golf, and this is the most powerful part of all of this, is our community. This is where we can share experiences, we can learn more and improve quicker. Because think about it, if we got 100 golfers coming through the system, and eventually we're going to have thousands of golfers coming through the system in the community, and we're all sharing some parts of our experience. That means that you're not learning from me and my team. You're also learning from every golfer going through this. And to be honest, this is my way of looking at it. This is how I teach it. If I teach someone else and they can tell you how they look at it and their experience, that's going to 10 times multiply where you can get your game, right? So the community, the classrooms and all these videos, they're very, very powerful, but you can 10x that by using our community to help you improve even further. We're going to be in there. I'm going to be in there daily. You're going to see videos. You're going to see pictures. You're going to see everything from me and the rest of the community. It's powerful, and I can't recommend that enough. And of course, my social media channels. You find me at Next Person Golf. Reminders, find others who's going to make a difference and help you keep going, because once again, it's a system. We can keep working with it time after time after time, improving it, helping you, helping yourself, and reach your goals. That's a powerful thing. And of course, you have the premium community where you get even more insights, even more knowledge, and see the people who have gone through even deeper into all of this. That is launching within a few weeks. If you're watching this very early, it might not be live just yet. It's coming. If you're watching this when it's live, you know where to find it. So yeah, there's a lot of fun stuff going on. The most important part, before we go into feedback, that I always come back to is taking action, right? Because we have these things to do, and if we're not doing them, we're not getting a result. We don't need to think more about it. Just trust me. What I've been telling you, that's all right. And the best things, all right, that's true. They are going to help you. And the best way to realize that I'm right is to go out and do it. You can check the testimonials in the community. You can check the testimonials from people I've been helping who tell you that it's working. It's me saying it. But it all works because they have made a change. They have implemented this in their game at some level, or more or less. And you want to do the same thing if you want to see the results. If you want to go from a 20 handicap to a 10, implement this. Start doing this and be surprised at how quick you can see improvements. And you might even be able to half your handicap or reduce your handicap by half just by implementing these steps and these parts. I've seen that happen more than once. Chris is the record. He's gone from an 11 to 1. Just doing things like this. Not improving his swing, not improving anything, but just playing better golf through understanding what better golf actually is. So action, my friends, that's going to be a big part of it. Again, we got the recommendations and we got the feedback. So I would love to get your feedback. So share your feedback on the course in our community, and win prizes. So every month going forward, if you leave, we got one certain part where you can leave feedback, with a post where you can go back and leave your feedback, positive, negative, whatever, what you just tell us about it. Tell us about your win, what you'd like to see different, if you'd like to see anything else, anything more. And we're going to pick 2 winners each month who gets the premium access for free to help improve their game. So every month, someone is getting some premium access. Thank you for providing me with feedback. And that's going to help me improve the course you're watching right now and future courses. Everything in the spirit of helping golfers shoot lower scores, lower their handicaps, become more consistent, and more controlling of their own game. So your feedback is very, very important. I want to hear it all, big, small, whatever it is, positive, negative. We want to improve what we're doing, and your feedback is a big and important part of that. And we're here to listen. We want to improve the system because we want to help as many golfers as possible reach their goals, because we love golf. We love the sport. We love helping golfers improve. And your feedback is going to be one very important puzzle piece for that to happen going forward. So you can share their feedback in the community. You can share it through the social media platforms. You can share it through the emails you've gotten, anywhere, because it's going to be a big, big game changer for us. All right. That's it. We've learned a lot the first week, and we can go straight into week 2, or we can just stay here and work with this and have it work for us. Remember, action is the step forward. Join the community. Be active in the community. It's going to help you so much more. Do the steps, do the what to do's, because that's also going to help you. Keep going with the classes going forward, and be a part of the community, as I already mentioned, because it's so, so powerful. We're ending up where we're actually starting. As a reminder to do something and do something different. Insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting different results. Rita Mae Brown. I love this. I still love it, and I'm going to keep loving it for as long as I'm in golf, I believe, because it's so powerful. Do you want to shoot lower scores? Do you want to lower your handicap, be more consistent, and be in control of your game? You need to do something different, right? Because otherwise, it's insanity. Thank you very much for watching this week's content. You find me in the community. I hope to see you there. You know what? We got all we need. Let's get to work. Let's start shooting lower scores and have fun doing it.